And welcome back in Pokemon Unite Traders Underdunk number 75. We are back in action. A little bit of a hiatus, but we are certainly back. Welcome in, everybody, and welcome into my co-caster, as always, Husky. How are you doing today?
Hello, happy to be back. Last week, what was going on last week? I was away and everyone else was away, and just a lot of stuff going on mid-March. But now we're in Aries season, which means we are back in action. We're ready to rock and roll.
I was in the Withered Wastelands all last week, just like farming up, breaking down mountains. It was great. Nice little week off. Nice little Pokopia action. Hopefully everybody's islands are doing quite well, but we have Pokemon Unite action today. We have a Swiss bracket once again, 4 rounds of Swiss, all best of 3s, and that's about it for the tournament format. We'll see who is going to be the crowned champion at the end of those 4 rounds. Next week, stay tuned for some announcements. We do have some fun featured stuff towards the end of those 4 rounds, so more to come next week. But for this week, going to be the standard as always. As far as bans, I believe the only thing that we have banned out this evening is going to be that new Pokemon Moltres.
Sorry, I've got my Diet Coke here.
Oh, okay.
Hope all are
I
enjoying their Diet Cokes.
Just
so
Moltres
is banned a lot in games, so I've really only seen it a couple times, and I haven't seen it played competitively at all, but it's very good. It's got a lot of mobility for an all-rounder. I kind of continue to confuse it and Ho-Oh because they look kind of exactly the same and they kind of have similar effects. But it does mean, we have Zapdos available. That thing is ridiculous. I haven't seen it played competitively yet, but I wonder if it's just a permaban. I can't help but assume that it's just a permaban. It's unbelievably insane. There's a lot, I feel like, of Pokemon that are kind of unbelievably insane that makes for an interesting time with what teams want to let through. Not as much like interesting team compositions, because you're going to see the main thing, but like what are teams going to allow to be picked by the opposite team? It's going to be interesting to see. I haven't seen too much competitive over the past couple weeks since we took off from Underdunk last week. But I guess, this is kind of our intro to ACL weekend where we can kind of look at what might be used throughout that tournament.
And since we had that week off, we are seeing a little bit of a different meta since we did have that second part of long-range tactics drop in between our tournaments. New Pokemon, obviously, we talked about it. Moltres adjusted since then, though. Mega Lucario getting a little bit of a change to how close combat interacts with wild Pokemon. A few bug fixes. Meowth, Mega Gyarados might get to see some more play with that waterfall getting fixed. But buffs and nerfs, very interesting stuff here. Zapdos, like you said, once again, getting a little bit of a nerf. But I think the more interesting thing is, Husky, the Pokemon that have been buffed.
Yeah, I have seen a bit of Dragapult, and I do like seeing Dragapult getting a buff. Not sure if it's enough. It's just kind of in this role that plays a little bit weird, and, they just can't seem to make all-rounders not disgusting. So attackers like that, a little bit more difficult. These really aren't the Pokemon that would be like high up on my list of who to buff, but I'm not really mad at any of them. Suicune was interesting. Definitely didn't need it, but it did kind of drop in playability. So, I'm not mad at them looking at it, I guess, but there's a lot of other Pokemon that I would have liked to have seen considered or reworked. Phalanx is kind of the biggest one that's just like so awful. It got absolutely destroyed. And then I feel like a lot of the attacker class could use another look. Shandy, great option for a buff, but again, I feel like none of these buffs were as impactful as I would have liked to have seen.
Yeah, I kind of agree there. I think the Venusaur one I'm the most excited about once I start playing again from my Pokopia hiatus. going to be launching that thing into ranked. And then we talk about what Pokemon we saw maybe in the last time we went in Underdunk. Some of our top encounter rates, I think a lot of these are going to get shaken up a bit. Obviously, the Surfetch, the Mega Lucario, along with the Meowth, all getting nerfed since then. So I imagine we won't see at least 100% rate for Surfetch, but honestly, who knows? I think the other thing to kind of think about here is some of the most picked Pokemon untouched. Psyduck, Blastoise, also untouched.
Yeah, just Blastoise still unbelievable. I feel like this is just one of those Pokemon that wasn't really thought through in terms of its kit. You either make it, the worst thing ever, completely unplayable, or it's super busted with the amount of stuns that it has. None of this has really changed despite long range tactics being such a big patch that was kind of supposed to be the attacker patch. We're seeing 0 attackers on this list, 0 ranged anything. I guess Psyduck maybe counts, but no range at all in the long range tactics meta that we should be seeing. So, despite the patch being a pretty big one, we didn't get a meta shakeup, but maybe we'll see some interesting stuff tonight as we get into draft for game number 1 of the evening.
Yeah, the Rhythm along with Phantom Thieves is going to be the first match of the day. And funnily enough, we are going to see Rayquaza here in game 1. You see in the center of the screen, no water area, no big earthquake area. It is the classic Theosky Ruins and almost a classic ban phase with the exception of that newer Pokemon to the fray, I guess newer Pokemon in the buffs category, the Venusaur, not a common ban.
I've been calling the Ray map Boneless Theosky Ruins.
Boneless.
Because it's just like the boring basic one, and they did some more interesting stuff with Groudon and Kyogre. But yeah, not surprising here seeing this Psyduck lucked in first. That was second on our encounter rate. This thing, despite the way it looks, it is probably Satan itself. So first pick over there from the Rhythm is going to be Psyduck, and unsurprisingly for Phantom Thieves, we're seeing Surfetch come back, and now this is the first time we're going to be seeing Zapdos, so I guess we do have one attacker that's making its way in through long-range tactics.
Yeah, Zapdos definitely going to be one of those power picks. I think even with the nerfs that it's received, still going to be one of your more powerful Pokemon, especially when you have a little bit of range. The Rhythm, though, going to go ahead and lock in their supporters. Well, I guess Mr. Mime, if you can call it that, going to be a little bit more brawly. You see those attack or special attack specs, as well as they're going to lock in that Buzzwole, likely going towards that top path.
Yeah, the Buzzwole could be an interesting counter to something like Zapdos. If it can get close enough, then it's going to be able to, there's no mobility on a Pokemon like that. The problem is going to be with this Surfetch. It's got a little bit more options. Buzzwole, it does have a bit of mobility, but it has only single target moves. So is it going to be enough to deal with the amount of damage of Surfetch? I do like this Darkrai pick here, just kind of slow down that front line. You've got Mr. Mime and you've got the Psyduck. So I like that the Darkrai gives some options, just trying to slow it down, trying to keep it from, terrorizing that front line with the Surfetch. But looks like Greninja and Miraidon here being picked up for the Rhythm.
Yeah, we have 3 red background Pokemon, not something that you see a ton of, but I think, with Greninja entering the fray in the first part of the long-range tactics patch, I think this team probably picks Greninja regardless, seeing who's piloting it in that central area. Dad's Daddy, a notable Greninja player. Phantom Thieves going to try to put a stop to that. I think this Darkrai is going to be a very good choice. However, this Miraidon could be difficult to play around.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe, Miraidon just kind of there for, Miraidon's just kind of there to chip down some of the damage with a Charge Beam, and Greninja kind of playing more of a speedster role and just diving that backline, looking for the Zapdos, seeing if he can take down the Darkrai. I mean, Danny is known for this Greninja. As a matter of fact, he usually gets it banned away from him, so it's definitely more of a speedster style. We'll see if it's going to be enough here for the Rhythm to be able to handle it. And we didn't really talk too much about this Mamoswine pick, but I also really like that pick, just adding some extra CC to this composition that doesn't have a ton of it with their front line.
Let's get into game 1 of our round 1 matchup. Actually, a great hollow air in the central area for Dad's Danny. We are going to see this side up along with the Buzzwell go towards that top path, and it's going to be a central area Surfetch for Phantom Thieves.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I think, you know, you could have Zapdos head to the central area. You could have Darkrai, but there's just a little bit more momentum if you get that level 5 on Surfetched early. We'd also have this invasion here from the little Swinub. Great Pokemon to invade with. It's going to be able to take away this blue buff, and it will not. The Greninja able to secure that very safe play here from Danny.
Oh, Reggie was able to get that little Baltoy, though, away from Danny, which will stall out that evolution for the time being. Another great secure there. Swinub now chasing Danny into the Flux Zone. They're going to find that opening KO.
And now we've got the double buffs on the Swinub here. You may not have gotten the secure, but KOing the Greninja is one other way to be able to take those buffs. And now we've got 4 buffs and 4 members of Phantom Thieves up in the top path. They're going to push. Nothing the Rhythm can do here.
Not at all. Alchemy gonna get evolved there. Darkrai gonna put Dad's Danny. Still a Froakie to sleep. Now this Altaria family likely going the way of the Phantom Thieves. Psyduck trying to go in with a nice little bubble beam. Danny in a little bit of trouble once again. Gonna somehow get to safety. This Swinub able to get towards that back line. Very low on HP themselves. Your favorite Mexican gonna try to get away. 1 HP in a dream. They just narrowly escaped. Swinub, though, goes down.
It's a great play from the Swinub as well, just to make sure that they can block those basic attacks from being able to hit the Darkrai that's trying to get away. That's kind of what the defender wants to do. If somebody's got to go down, the defender or supporter is going to be the best choice to do that, to take the hit for the team. So I like that play. We do have a Dark Void. Which one? They always mess. It's Dark Void, the one that, because it's wrong. Dark Void is the move on the Darkrai as well. So just going to be a little the sure hit version of Darkrai, so playing more of that speedster style rather than the attacker style with the Dark Pulse that we tend to see.
Mr. Mime going Confusion as well as Barrier, dishing out quite a bit of a punishing blow there towards that Altaria family. Surfetch gonna try to 1v1 the Psyduck, but Dad's Danny steps in, steps up, takes the Duck down with its Duck counterpart. 36-53 now, 720 birds, and we have the Rhythm positioning towards these top ones.
Now that Danny's online, it's definitely going to be a little bit more dangerous for Phantom Thieves to walk up. They did a good job of keeping him a little bit low level in the beginning, but at this point, now he can just kind of walk on him. KO number 1 here, and a big pull onto the Surfetch. Really nothing that they can do to walk in here. All of that experience is going to go over to the Rhythm. And after a little bit of a rough start, look at these levels, Kyle. They are definitely pulling ahead.
Yeah, 2 level 8s nearing some Unite moves here, and in the bottom path going pretty well as well. Level 8 on this Miraidon has kind of outpaced the Zapdos along with this Piloswine. Now we have both sets of objectives that have hit the map. Both teams really just focusing on levels, trying to get those important Unite moves. That's Danny has his, looking for the Zapdos. Here comes that Water Burst Shuriken directly on Skeleton Pie, sending him to the graveyard. Surfetch gonna have to retreat. Piloswine, the next victim to Death's Danny.
That's a great play right there. I mean, sometimes the Greninja Unite move, you usually want to jump in on top of somebody, but the way that Danny plays it is interesting. It's used more for positioning. You use it for the advantage that it gives you, and then just kind of use your moves to walk all over everyone, get in a good position, start picking up some KOs, and now he's already level 10 here. 2 points behind, but that's really not that big of a deal at this point. And now Danny will continue his reign of terror in that central area. Huge engagement from the squad.
Lunging Leak Blast from the Surfetch. Not going to be enough to keep them upright. They go back to the Pokemon Center. Most of Phantom Thieves were able to get to safety here. 17 points. Looking to go in from Mr. Mime just in time. Able to secure that away. And now this Miraidon also going to try to press forward. Try to get all of that Altaria family for themselves. And the Rhythm, they are marching to the beat of their own drum. They have controlled this mid-game.
Look at Greninja already has a Unite move back as well. I think there was a time a little while back that Greninja got a Unite move cooldown buff, but also it farms so well. This Pokemon with its auto attacks, like it rips through farms. Getting last hits and charging up the Unite move is really easy. So now once again, Danny has a Unite move for this fight. Regielaki's up in the top half. and everybody is getting ready for an engagement, but a big Dark Pulse there for the Darkrai. For the engagement, doesn't matter. Still 3 go down.
3 go down. Dead Danny with a better engage, and Darkrai just gonna have to watch as some of these points go on in. They get a consolation prize of the Psyduck, but pay dearly for it. 49 points looking to go on in. Not a huge overcap. I think Buzzwell is able to get an extra one in there, but it doesn't matter. The Rhythm, once again, get another team fight win here. They're going to get a Regieleki walking towards that T2 on the right side.
I mean, we're seeing why Danny's Greninja is always banned, right? Like, this thing is absolutely ridiculous. It's level 12, 2 levels above the highest level of Phantom Thieves. Well, Surfetch did just hit level 11. They've been kind of quietly getting experience and farming up, and they do have a chance here. Buzzwell will go in, take down the Alchemy, but here comes a big Unite move from that Surfetch, immediately picked up by the Buzzwell.
Mr. Mime one was also pretty good. Helped get a couple KOs there. Phantom Thieves now on the offensive, looking to take down a Pokemon. Buzzwall goes down. The Rhythm going to have to defend this tier 1 goal zone. Charge Beam is going to chunk down this Mamoswine. A little bit of an Alchemy heal there, but Mamoswine actually picks up the Psyduck, and now it's going to be a free Regirock for Phantom Thieves. They get an objective that they needed.
Greninja trying to score 50 over there on that 2-point goal zone, but not able to make it happen. Good response there by the Mamoswine. Greninja, though, in the back line. Doesn't get to take down anybody just yet, but they do have a Unite move available, and this would be a great time to use it. They will here, but Mamoswine able to get their Unite move out before going down. Phantom Thieves is going to have to back off.
They're going to back off. Not before Darkrai gets caught between 3 Pokemon. Going to go underneath the Thea Sky. Try to get away to safety. Another Dark Claw, or Shadow Claw, pardon me. And we're going to look to get through on the Zapdos. Great play by Buzzwell. Another Charge Beam is going to chunk through this Duck. Eventually, they are going to go down. That is a double KO for Egg.
It was a good moment for Phantom Thieves for a minute there. They were able to get the Regirock, but they just couldn't convert. You know, as soon as Greninja was down there, it felt like the fight turned around immediately. The Greninja's just so strong, and when they weren't there, Phantom Thieves had a little bit of a chance. As soon as Greninja showed up, it was just kind of over.
Very over. 2:30 on the clock. 2:08, 103 advantage to the Rhythm. As we start to get towards this last part of the game, there's going to be a Regieleki up in that top path that they could go for. But look at this level 14 Greninja. They might get to level 15 if they get another KO.
Yeah, but I think the problem is if Greninja gets trapped inside the Darkrai Unite move, then that could be a really interesting way for Phantom Thieves to come back. It's always what you got to watch out for in the late game. Surfetch gets picked up here. That is not a good start to the fight there. They're going to be down for the beginning of this engagement. And then, you know, I mean, catching Greninja would be great, but unfortunately it was Surfetch who got caught there for a second.
Buzzwell going to go on into the back line. They're going to go for the Zapdos. There's the Alchemy Unite move to try to heal these HP bars. Some Unite moves starting to fly. Here comes the Duck trying to reduce some of that damage from Phantom Thieves. Mamoswine's going to pick up the Miraidon, who's behind enemy lines. Might be on the wrong side of that one. They're going to be the first KO of this Rayquaza fight. Another one looking to go on down. That's Danny just narrowly able to escape, and they pick up the Darkrai. They're able to trade that, but Duck is going to get a double KO. Now Phantom Thieves, they're going to move towards this Rayquaza, and now the Rhythm, they're going to be on their back foot. They're going to try to maybe get a steal here. Mr. Mime trying to find a way in with the confusion, snuffed out by this Mamoswine. Looking for it. No, the Duck gets it.
Wow, that was such a scuffed fight. Surfetch was down. I'm not sure what even happened at a certain point there. You had Buzzwell go in a little bit too deep and wasn't able to catch anybody. Then Miraidon's on the opposite side. All of a sudden, Mr. Mime had a great Unite move, but at that point, nobody was there. I just don't think anybody knew what to do. Greninja wasn't ready for the fight, and maybe some of the members of the team were, but this was not the Rhythm's game to lose, and somehow Phantom Thieves comes back. They do take Rayquaza, and they've got some shields. It's going to be difficult for the Rhythm to come back, but it's not over yet.
Not over yet. Dance Danny is going to snuff out a couple Pokemon in that tall grass area. Going to look to go on in. Confusion's not going to interrupt that Mamoswine score, so 100 points in on the main base. They are going to pay for it, but it's not that big of a deal, right? In the, what'd you call it? The plain Jane Thea Skyruns, the base.
Oh, yeah, Boneless Thea.
The Boneless Thea. You don't yield any of those buffs over.
Yeah, I mean, you don't give any shields, and with 10 seconds left, it's really not going to be much of a shot here for the Rhythm. But this was a game they absolutely should have won. And I wish we could see that back because I really don't even know what happened. The entire fight was scuffed. I mean, Greninja was able to take down the Darkrai in its own Unite move, which was, exactly what you wanted to do. But I think that was the call. Like, even isolating the Greninja for a second, nobody knew what to do. It's just very clear that the Rhythm revolves around Danny's ability to control the game, and if they're not doing it, no one else really has any clue what's going on.
Yeah, where there's a Ray, there's a way, and Phantom Thieves just had a better Rayquaza fight. Honestly, I think
Mm-hmm.
the Rhythm kind of controlled a majority of that game, right? Like from outside of that first minute during that invasion when Reggie just absolutely shut down that first rotation. But really, after like the first rotation of Birds, the Rhythm, for lack of a better word, found a rhythm for most of this game.
Yeah, they were definitely the team that was in control. And I mean, I think Phantom Thieves knew that. They know what they're walking into. They were the ones that picked Rayquaza. So they're like, if we get to Ray and all we do is trap Greninja, we'll figure it out. And that's exactly what happened. So GG's to them. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it again. I feel like they need, I don't know, that I don't really know what they need.
Yeah.
Honestly, I started a sentence, but I don't really know how to finish it, to be completely honest with you. They played well, but it was definitely that Greninja in control the entire time.
Yeah, very, very true. And I don't know. And also, thank you very much, Twitch for Unite, for the sub. Welcome on in. If everybody's just joining us now, we're in Underdunk number 75. That was just the first match of the day, game one of our first set. So we have plenty of Unite action for the rest of the evening. But yeah, as we get into game number two, I feel like, yeah, maybe when we got to that last fight, Surfetch, although they were down at the beginning of Ray, they certainly made a comeback, right? That triple
Mhm.
KO was incredibly powerful. And honestly, Husky, I feel like even though that was kind of an int at that like 210 mark, those stacks, because I believe they were stacking that attack weight. I do feel like that might have
Yeah,
been pretty
you
valuable at the
know,
time. Maybe?
I would be the first to call that a major throw, but there is no proof that the stacks weren't the reason that they were able to pull out the triple KO.
Yeah.
So I think that they can probably justify that in a little bit before Ray happened. And Phantom Thief stalled out really well. Like, I think if the Rhythm wanted to capitalize on the fact that Surfetch was down, they needed the whole team to be there because the team fight 100% relied on that Greninja. Like, what's Miraidon Buzzwole really doing on their own? And I think we saw that. The Buzzwole tried to engage, get another pick, and Phantom Thieves played the exact way that they should have, very defensively, while they waited for Surfetch to come back.
Yeah, and that's sometimes what you need to do around Rayquaza, and you just
Mm-hmm.
need to win that last fight. And unless you're able to like really, I mean, we look at how Unite was up until this year, the meta for the last like 2 years of UCS, it was very, if as long as you were down by 400 points, you had a chance to win. And the Rhythm just didn't have that strong of a lead in the point category where they could survive
Mm-hmm.
losing that Rayquaza. So yeah, very unfortunate for them. But as we look into game number two, I imagine that we may go away, or we try to go away from Ray. And as I say that, we just got some information that we are going to go the Rhythm first pick once again, and Phantom Thieves once again. They felt confident on Rayquaza. They're going back to it.
Yeah, we're going back to boneless Sea of
Boneless.
Sky here in game number two. So Rayquaza is not one we often see, but I think that if a team has practiced a little bit on it, most teams haven't really anymore since the other two maps were released. So maybe they feel a little bit comfortable with it, or they feel comfortable with the idea that they just won on it and would like to try to go for it again. But here we go, draft for game number two. So far, not really switching it up here. Blissey, Umbreon, Blastoise band.
Yeah, Blissey, Umbreon, Blastoise, very common. I believe we saw those in game number one. Charizard Y was also up there. I think we saw the Venusaur from the Rhythm in the last one, but I think getting rid of the Darkrai is also, just a good idea, especially if you're going to play one of those hyper carry Pokemon like the Greninja. Just not having the access to the Darkrai who can really just shut that Pokemon down at those big fights is pretty pretty good. I like it. I like the idea. So I think we'll likely see the Rhythm maybe go back to this Greninja at some point this draft.
Yeah, no, they'll take the Greninja. It does surprise me, honestly, that Phantom Thieves wouldn't just ban it. Just because they took away that Darkrai. I think that shutting down the Greninja specifically is the reason that they were able to pull that game out. So, we'll see. Or maybe they just take the Greninja away instead here.
Yeah.
But they're going to go ahead and pick up the Zapdos again. It was pretty good. It was honestly kind of quiet in most of the time in game one, I think. But it really did what it needed to do at the end.
Yeah, I agree. And this is a very similar draft to game number one. We saw that first pick Duck, and now we're seeing the Surfetch, so the other Duck, along with Zapdos. So 3 birds right off the bat. And yeah,
Ooh.
Mamoswine. Okay, we are switching it up because Mamoswine getting taken away from Phantom Thieves, going to the Rhythm, and now you have the Greninja stolen from the Rhythm, going to Phantom Thieves.
Yeah, I just don't. They banned away the Darkrai so that they could play the Greninja, and then they didn't pick Greninja early, and I don't. I don't think they expected that Skeleton Pie would take it away from them. So we'll see if Danny goes with another one of his picks. He can play the Scyther, so that's what he's going to go ahead and lock in here. I know he also plays good Leafeon, but this is interesting as well. We've got Decidueye, which I think is a Pokemon that we kind of see and we're always surprised to see, but it is a pretty solid option.
Yeah, I like this, honestly. I think this is a pretty good idea, but yeah, you do run into the situation where maybe if you're not as protected from something diving on you like that Greninja, so we'll see if Skeleton Pie or if they switch who's going to be playing it. We'll see, what that is, but I actually really love this last pick on the Sableye, honestly, because now you're going to be able to get some valuable vision on exactly where the Pokemon that are going to want to hide from those divers, like the Decidueye, where they are.
Yeah, exactly. And it is going to be Skeleton Pie on this Greninja. So I think they probably had that plan going in. And we do see that the Suicune going to be locked into that support role. That's kind of what it's been known for. And then the Sableye as well. Both running EXP shares. We don't often see the double EXP share anymore. There's none on the other side. So interesting to see that come back. We're still not fully away from the item that has haunted competitive Unite since the dawn of time.
Absolutely. Well, let's get into game number 2 here. Yeah, I think the Surfetch can be really problematic as we get towards the late game. Very interested to see how this one goes as we get set up.
Yeah, I wonder how the Greninja is going to end up playing because, Danny plays the Surf build with a more speedster focus, but, we'll see what Skeleton Pie wants to do with it.
Game number 2, the Rhythm once again on your purple side and Phantom Thieves once again on your orange side. We are going to do the same rotation or the same roles here with the Duck along with the Buzzwole going towards the top path. Decidueye going to the bottom, but it's actually going to be a little bit of a swap up where we're going to see Surfetch in the top path. We're going to see the Zapdos in the central area.
Yeah, we're giving Zapdos center, just making sure that they get that level 5. And this time Phantom Thieves is going to be on the invade once again with the Sableye. Definitely a really solid invade Pokemon, just enough to annoy everybody. It's not going to be able to pick up that buff, but it is going to be able to get KO'd here. Just a little dance on its way out. Scyther will take them down.
All right, big first KO there. And not as a fruitful invade there for Phantom Thieves as in game 1, but they are going to rotate down to the bottom path with that central area Zapdos and get immediate value. Rowlet going back to the Pokemon Center and Swinub trying to do their best, hold this T1 goal zone. 9 points still go in, but that's Danny going to take a little bit of offense for a stolen Froakie.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with Phantom Thieves' composition. Their early game is not that great. You need that Greninja online. You need the Suicune to get to that level 5. You also need Surfetch, who's now playing top path. And, Zapdos doesn't have the mobility that something like a Scyther has. You can just kind of walk through the entire back line. So they are going to get, once again, another KO. And Mamoswine in the back as well. Double KO for Danny. Doesn't matter if Greninja was taken. He's going to handle this early game once again.
That's exactly what you want out of the Scyther. However, good engage here from the Sableye. Danny on very low HP. Even better of a peel there from F86. really keeping Danny up right there. Otherwise, I think maybe the Suicune gets him. But look at this, a little bit of an invade. Reggie playing very far forward. Going to try to maybe slow Danny down once again. But an Ice Fang into the Dartrix is going to take out the Suicune.
Yeah, this Mamoswine absolutely playing ridiculous right now, setting up the attacker and Speedster on their side perfectly. That play with to get the Scyther out of there was just textbook defender play. Absolutely incredible. Now, Zapdos is at level 7, and they do go a little bit too far forward. You just cannot underestimate this Mamoswine finally able to get a KO on that Pokemon. Now 4 members of Phantom Thieves in the bottom path. 20 points going for the Greninja.
And 2 KOs for the Suicune. Duck is down, but they are going to pay for it dearly. Dance Danny has a Unite move, not afraid to use it. Going to take a triple KO, make it a 4-person combo, and 40 points in. Another 3 from this Decidueye, who I believe is stacking that attack weight. So a lot of value here for the Rhythm.
Yeah, that's crazy. You know, Scyther just walks in. There's 4 members there, and all they have to do is wait for the Scyther. And the Scyther's got a Unite move. It's kind of just over. Sableye once again going down here. Now this bottom path objective, it is a Reg Ice. There's going to be all the Rhythm. There's really nothing Phantom Thieves can do at this point. And we're kind of back to where we were at in game number 1, where it seems like this game is completely controlled by the Rhythm, and already they're playing for endgame.
Deloan gonna go down there on the Ducks. Does use that Unite move, but now Phantom Thieves has an opening. Double KO for this Greninja. Gonna have to smoke screen away. Here comes Zapdos looking to siege this T1 goal zone. Citrus Berry gobbled up by Dance Danny, but it doesn't matter. Scoreless goal zone points looking to go on in. 23 in for the Sableye.
Yeah, only the 23 end up going in. Another incredible Ice Fang here from F8D6, just picking up KOs left and right on this Mamoswine. I feel like that was the right call. Give over the Greninja. We will go ahead and take your Mamoswine. Sableye not the only one trying to defend this goal zone all by their lonesome. They will be able to send one back, but a snipe will take the Sableye out.
Might have been a blind snipe, too. I don't know if Decidueye knew exactly where they were, but had a pretty good idea and absolutely hit the target in the bullseye. Now a Regieleki for the Rhythm as it's going to walk towards this T2, but Danny might be caught here. 3 people converge, uses a Unite move, but it's all for naught. They go down 22nd on that KO timer, too.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge KO. I mean, at some point, you're going to have to take the Scyther down. It's still a Speedster. It's not the tankiest Pokemon in the world, but in the top path, Knock Knock will come out. Just make sure that this Regieleki can walk in. 267 now to 100. Some points going into the bottom path for Phantom Thieves, but more points going into the top path for the Rhythm. Another 35, and they're just going to close out this top goal zone.
And the Surf Edge going to close out the Decidueye. Was likely just trying to attack, stack that attack weight. And they are going to go down. They're going to pay for it. Deloan might be next on the Onion, the leak block. And they are. 308, 133 now. Phantom Thieves looking to siege this T1 goal zone. Sableye getting some vision on this Buzzwole. 27 points in. And Buzzwole caught in a blender.
Wait, okay, hold on. There's a fight. Try to siege this goal zone as well. Phantom Thieves going to walk the Zapdos Unite move in just to make sure that they get those points. And wow, Surfetched as well on 1 HP. Going to try to make their way out. Uses the Detect as well, getting a little bit of an extra shield. Buzzwole's also too low. So they're going to have to make their way back to the Greninja. Comes in with a Surf. They knew they were in there. We'll take that KO. That's going to be big for Phantom Thieves. But I want to go back to the Onion comment because I didn't get it for a second. And I know what you were trying to do. And I just want to say I appreciated it because onions get chopped.
Yep. And
that was the joke. Loved it in case anyone didn't catch that.
We're just trying out some new things here. Good Unite move there.
We can say anything we want.
I can say anything I want now. I'm crying in the club right now, for real. But this Greninja likely going to get the KO on Decidueye. They do. Eject button burned. And now Skeleton Pie trying to break some ankles. So far, they've done a pretty good job, but eventually they are going to go down to Dance Danny. Scyther slicing through the Thieves.
At a certain point, they knew that they would be going down there. Wow, Sableye somehow doesn't go down. At least just delays the inevitable there. But Greninja, like, knew they're going to go down. They're on, like, less than 1 HP. So you may as well just see if you can get a basic attack in on that objective. Maybe steal it away before you go down. Not able to make it happen. But they have gotten to level 12. And Zapdos quietly level 13 here. But they are going to be going into this level 14 on the Scyther. That's going to be a big KO target, and when this thing has a Unite move, it is absolutely devastating, especially on a strong player like Danny.
308, 200, a minute remaining until our second Rayquaza of this series. Zapdos going in, Surfetch going in a little bit farther, but Duck v Duck, and the Psyduck is going to be the winner of that engage. And yeah, 40 seconds remaining until this. And right now, the Rhythm in the driver's seat as we get set up before this Rayquaza.
Another thing about this Decidueye pick is, you've got a secure move on your side that Phantom Thieves doesn't really have. I mean, at least not as good as the Spirit Shackle here for the Decidueye. So you kind of take away Phantom Thieves' ability to rip safely. And that's really what you want Rayquaza for, the opportunity to get a big secure. But if this Decidueye is on the map, it's going to be difficult to do if you're Phantom Thieves, especially with the Greninja really being your only dive option. So Sableye is going to have to get some setup going here for this squad if they want to make a game number 2 happen.
Nice little confused Ray, so Decidueye does a little bit of damage on his own Psyduck. So we'll see how this goes. Rayquaza already starting to get chipped over from Phantom Thieves. Sableye causing a little bit of havoc in the background. Scyther going to get the best of the Greninja. Now the floodgates are open. The Rhythm, they are marching forth. Here comes the knock-knock. It's going to take out the Surfetch, and 2 members are down. Suicune caught in a blender. Decidueye, Spirit Shackle to the heart. Now Rayquaza getting chipped. Sableye looking for a way in. Zapdos looking for a steal. Who's going to come to it? Greninja back on the duck now. And Scyther able to finally take Rayquaza as the Rhythm now going to march towards these goal zones.
Much better endgame for the Rhythm this time. They were able to get that pick on Greninja before anything could even happen. I didn't even see. It was off screen, the Scyther taking that Greninja down. Just, I guess they caught them trying to come around into the back and take down Decidueye to set up a rip. And, the Rhythm read them like a book. So not able to make it happen here. The Rhythm likely going to be able to take this one. They've got a ton of Rayquaza shields, and they're just taking KO after KO. 478 to 200. With 45 seconds left, looks like, Kyle, we're going to be going to a game number 3.
It definitely seems that way. There's one final ditch effort here for Phantom Thieves that's on the horizon. Sableye getting caught by the Duck and the Buzzwall. Still has a bubble on them, but they're going to confuse Ray to try to get themselves to safety. Now with the Phantom Thieves distracted by this Psyduck, I don't think there's going to be enough time, especially with this 100 points on the back end. Mamoswine going to secure that W for the Rhythm.
Yeah, just not enough time. I mean, there is always a Zapdos play. You can send everybody into the base goal zone, but they didn't have a base goal zone available. If you do have a Zapdos Unite move on your side, you send everybody, you get like 5 seconds or so if all the lightning strikes hit on the Unite move of an empty, defenseless is what they call it, defenseless goal zone. But they didn't have the goal zone available to be able to do it. So not able to make it happen here, but look at this, 17 KOs for Danny on that Scyther. I don't think they were mad about the Greninja getting taken at all.
Another thing that I actually really liked about the Rhythm's composition was the Decidueye. The Shadow Sneak was able to kind of pick exactly where that hidden Sableye was a few different times, which ended up providing a decent amount of value because you never really want to get caught off guard by that Sableye, especially you don't want to be grouped up around it, especially in those big moments around Rayquaza, where it could potentially just send everybody back, opening the door for Phantom Thieves to steal it. But didn't happen. The Rhythm fully aware of where that Sableye was and was able to find some big KOs to secure Rayquaza for themselves.
Yeah, it was just kind of one of those things where the Phantom Thieves wanted to set something up that they just weren't able to set up. They had a plan, but it was a plan that was very readable. Anyone could have figured you've got a Sableye, and this Decidueye with Spirit Shackle is really the only reason why you're not able to rip the Rayquaza and Prey here. So we know that's what you're going to be trying to do. You're going to want to go for that Decidueye. And so it was just kind of like, all we got to do is find out where this Sableye is. And they did a great job of making sure that happened. So great playing from them. I mean, the Mamoswine had like 29k damage, but it definitely was impactful in other ways. That was ridiculous, the amount of icicle ice fangs. Jeez, I was like, wow, something about ice and freezing and whatever.
Yeah. There's something there. But we are going to have a little bit of a switch up here for game number 3. So Phantom Thieves, since they were the losers of this match, they are going to have that option for side selection. They actually chose to be on that second pick side. So we are going to stay on the same sides. Rhythm, however, though, they are going to move away from the boneless Thea Sky Ruins, and they are going to go to a more boned one. I don't know. Can I say that? I could say that now. We're going to go to Groudon.
Groudon bricked up on Thea Sky Ruins this evening. Yeah, we're going right from boneless to bricked up in the club with the Earthquake version. And how did Groudon get up there, you wonder?
No one knows.
It's because he's bricked up, I guess.
No one knows.
Kyle, we could say whatever we want.
This is the adult. It's like that. I think you should leave skits. This is the adult version of the tour, and we could say whatever the hell we want.
It's whatever the hell we want.
Do any of these...
so we're gonna see a different map here in game number 3, going to the bricked up Thea Sky, and we'll see what ends up happening. This is the 3rd time we've had the exact same sides, so I don't know if we're gonna see a switch up. I think that Phantom Thieves is very comfortable giving over this Psyduck as their first pick, as long as they get Surf Edged and the Zapdos, which has done pretty decently well for them, but it hasn't looked anything like the Rhythms, Greninja, or Scyther have in games 1 and 2.
Darkrai Blissey, a very common core ban. I mean, Darkrai definitely hasn't had the win rate to really support all the bans that it receives, but I understand it. It's regardless of how good it is, I just feel like it's a ban-worthy Pokemon because it's just annoying to deal with. So we'll see if, what the stats show as we get towards the end of the Underdunk. But very common bans: Darkrai, Blissey, Blastoise for the Rhythm. We have the Zapdos finally getting a ban here, and then the Vaporeon along with Yumby.
That's interesting because this is the team that has been playing the Zapdos, and the Rhythm hasn't tried to take it. So, I wonder if they just don't want to play against it, but they have another plan in there. But that does leave the Mega Charizard Y open. So, maybe Phantom Thieves was doing that on purpose. They want to take away that Psyduck potentially, and that is what they're going to do here. So kind of baiting into that Mega Charizard Y first pick so that they can take the Psyduck.
Charizard Y, yeah. Now you have double duck composition for Phantom Thieves. I'm going to need Phantom Thieves to also take the Cramorant. I know it's not technically a duck, but it's duck.
Oh, just go bird comp.
Yeah,
go bird comp. Decidueye, Cram, Dodrio as the last ones, and you got bird.
Those aren't
comp.
birds. Those aren't birds. Those aren't ducks over there, Phantom Thieves. I'm watching you. You're on my list.
Inteleon's a bird.
Inteleon. Yeah, I guess it looks like
Meowth's
a bird.
Yeah, if you had to go bird or not bird on everything, I would definitely. Charizard's a bird, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
Charizard's a bird. I would probably say that Meowth's a bird and Inteleon's a bird. Buzzwole definitely not a bird. Tree definitely not a bird. Greninja might be a bird. I think or Alchemy, it might be, depending on the day. But they're going to still lock in this Greninja. What's going to be interesting here is this Trevenant coming out for FAD6. I really liked the Mamoswine last game. I'm surprised that they didn't go with it again. But I guess with what they want to set up here with this Mega Charizard, potentially that Trevenant is a better option. But, ooh, this defender pick on the other side is very interesting.
Loving the Alchemy pick here from the Rhythm. I think Alchemy is just super underrepresented. I think in UCS, we've seen it a little bit more frequently over the last few weeks of play. And every time I see it, I'm like, this Pokemon just absolutely shuts down divers. Like, the ability with Sweet Scent to not only slow, but some of the extra damage just kind of like makes a lot of those divers, think twice about it, but also all the healing that you get from those recover cream puffs, just insane, especially those prolonged fights when you can drop 2, 3, 4, sometimes even 5 little cream puffs. I mean, that the difference that can provide can be really game changing.
Yeah, I don't think that people really know how good Alchemy is because its moves are skill shots. Like, if it's using Recover Sweet Scent, it's harder to hit and it's harder to set up perfectly. But when you do, this thing controls fights. It's like, it is a healer, but in ways, like, in certain situations, it can be a control support the same way that Psyduck can. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. We also didn't talk too much about this Ho-Oh pick.
True.
The ability to revive the entire team and bring them back. Like, with a Mega Charizard Y, this could be interesting.
It really could be. And Ender made a good point here, too, that Trevenant could potentially fit into bird comp because it's kind of a home for birds, but we'll get to that when we get there. So we'll see. But this is game number 3 of our round number 1, Alchemy Buzzwole for the 3rd time, going towards that top path. We are going to see a Ho-Oh invade and then these Surfetch in the central area.
Yeah, the Buzzwole coming out in all 3 games here. The Greninja as well coming out in all 3 games, but not on the same side. And then the Surfetch also back to that central area. So more of a classic pathing situation. You're sending the Inteleon to that bottom path, has a great secure Surfetch heading to that central area to get that level 5. I wonder if how the Meowth is going to fare up in that top path as well. But Inteleon actually not getting that secure. It is going to go over to the Trevenant.
Go there, and now Ho-Oh stealing a little bit of buffs there, holding the blue buff as well as 6 Aeos energy. Now getting caught here by Dad's Danny. Does force out that X speed, and now they are going to get to safety. XLR8 gets forced out of that eject button, and now F8D6. A lot of 8s in these 2 teams. Surfetch does get the best of them.
Wow, Surfetch on less than 1 HP, just using the tall grass to their advantage, though. Even though it is Groudon, there's less tall grass in general. They have figured out a way to utilize this to their advantage, able to get a couple KOs there. And now Buzzwole getting very low, but those recovers are going to be able to heal them back up enough to get some secures, and this Meowth has been kept to a level 4.
Hey, you gotta love that if you're the Rhythm. You probably don't love that your Charmeleon is still kind of lagging a little bit behind. Able to get almost to safety, but Meowth comes in for the snipe on that KO. Just barely able to get to that Charmeleon, and that jumps them up to that level 5. Certainly needed that one.
Yeah, I don't think you mind if you're Ho-Oh taken down, which is a bird. I think that we didn't point that out entirely, but this is definitely a bird, I would say. It's got to be one. And they set it up really well. They knew they're going to get KO'd, but if they can set up to continue to keep that Charizard to as low level as possible, which they have been able to do for the time being, it is level 5. Regidrago has hit the map, and Phantom Thief seems to be the one in control of it.
They are. Flamethrower directly on, and it's going to get the secure. I thought for a moment it was going to be the Trevenant Woodhammer to get it, but maybe just a touch early. Holding 28 points as well as that score speed buff, but Meowth, along with his Drizzile, able to take down that Charizard, and Phantom Thieves, they do lose their Surfetch, though, so a little bit of a consolation prize here for the Rhythm.
I mean, as soon as you've got Danny's Greninja online,
it's not Danny.
Oh no, it's not Danny. He's playing the he's playing the Charizard. Yeah. But either way, I mean, you've got the Greninja online here. You've got the Charizard online, even though Ho-Oh is contesting within its own central area. But the Rhythm does seem to have found their rhythm a little bit here. Psyduck making their way, potentially looking for a steal of this Regice. Nice. But it is going to be the Greninja to take that one.
perfect Horn Leech there from F8D6. Now they're going to look for this T1 goal zone. Skeleton Pie retreating back towards the Speed Flux zone, lunging Leak Blast from the Surfetch, going for this Greninja, misses with a boosted auto, detects just in case Greninja goes in. Now looking for this Indeedee. Alchemy hits a perfect Sweet Scent there. That's going to help get that KO. Greninja taking advantage there.
I know Surfetch is good. It's had some of its moments, but I do feel like it's getting KO'd quite a lot. Greninja, Unite move into the back line. Water Burst Shuriken will take down the Psyduck and push Phantom Thieves off of the goal zone for the time being. 40 points will go in, breaking the goal zone, and Buzzwole's already into the back line, and Teleon goes down. Charizard will go down in the top path, but Buzzwole making a wreck of this team in the bottom path. 3 KOs, and Ho-Oh will hold off this push, but the damage was definitely done.
Damage definitely done. 175.50 now, nearing the halfway mark of this match. Meowth mostly just stacking that attack weight up in the top path. Doing so pretty much uncontested. There's still a top Reggie up there for the taking, potentially. Regieleki, if I'm not mistaken. And Meowth finally starting to make their way towards that. Dad's Danny going to suss out the duck, force an eject button there. And now the Surfetch down the bottom path, able to sidestep that Woodhammer just out of reach. Another 10 points, leaving this goal zone at 6. Charizard sees the Meowth, hits a slow smoke, but it had been one of their battle items. This little flamethrower there, gold coin barrage, gets the KO before Charizard's able to seismic slam. Egg's gonna have to surf away. Buzzwole coming up now towards the top path. Regieleki very low. Water Burst Surfkin able to go in, but Buzzwole gets a lot of the value there, and now this Regieleki will walk into this T1.
That was such a great engagement too for Phantom Thieves. They really had the momentum with the huge Meowth Unite move, and they were able to take down the Charizard before they could do anything. You thought that maybe they would have this fight, but no, the Buzzwole comes in with huge superpower, takes the Regieleki and multiple KOs, and keeps the Rhythm in control of the match. Rhythm, big Alchemy Unite move, setting up the Charizard for Unite move. That's definitely burning a hole in its pocket, but they're going to be kept away from it for now.
Yeah.
Ho-Oh will take the condolences there so that Phantom Thieves doesn't have to go down.
Yeah, not a bad play there. Now Charizard in position here. Here comes Surfetch. Immediately met with a seismic slam. Puts a stop immediately to that. And now is secure for Greninja with that Surf. Gets that Regirock for the Rhythm. And now they are playing with a little bit of tempo. Charizard Y still in mega form. Looking to hunt down this water type. And Teleon forced out with that eject button. Now going to be on their back foot, and the front foot though, Psyduck caught between 3 members. They have to use a Unite move. Doesn't really matter too much. They still go down. And now Skeleton Pie caught between all 5 members, and the Rhythm, they're going to play with that tempo. They're going to go for even more gold coin barrage out once again from this Meowth, but that is a good defensive maneuver. No more points in on that T2.
Yeah, has to use 1 Unite move there to make sure that the Rhythm can't continue to push, but it is going to be enough to push them back. But look at the score line, 235 to 96. The Rhythm is definitely maintaining the control here. The Ho-Oh Hollow Air looks awesome, like with the fire on the ground. That looks really cool. I haven't seen this one, so I really like it. I hate when they do like a good thing like that, where it's like, oh, that's sick. Like, damn it. Like, it has to be good too, because you don't want it to be. But Phantom Thieves is going to finally be able to break this goal zone in the top path, reducing the score lead just a little bit. It's less than a 100-point lead now between the Rhythm and Phantom Thieves. They will take Regieleki as well, but so far the Rhythm has, maintained their map control. They've got a couple members up here to meet this Regieleki in the top path, and Phantom Thieves doesn't really seem particularly interested in pushing.
It's a much closer game, right? Less than 100 points is going to separate both of these squads as we enter into our Groudon phase of the game. Greninja's still down in the Pokemon Center. Charizard Y defending towards that T2 goal zone, ensuring that doesn't walk in. Actually, they are going to allow that to walk in, and we'll see if Phantom Thieves wants to do here.
Greninja now moving forward. And a couple members have been sussed out here by Phantom Thieves, just kind of using that flamethrower on Ho-Oh to just feel out where the rhythm is going to be setting up, because this fight could break out at any time. You know, there wasn't this like weird KO right before the end objective that we've seen in games 1 and 2. So a little bit more of a classic fight getting ready to kick off for these two squads. And Phantom Thieves does have the option of a basement goal zone. Meowth looked for it, and that was definitely not the call, because they will get immediately picked up.
Oh, and we're going to find 2 more KOs. Ho-Oh unable to use their Unite move. Charizard finally taken to the skies into another Buzzwole Unite move. The Surfetch goes down quickly. BTP looking for a secure on this Groudon, but with everybody back in the Pokemon Center, the Rhythm has taken control of the beat.
Yeah, very textbook play there by the Rhythm. They're going to try to do their best now. Phantom Thieves is to defend these goal zones. But no, the Meowth going to go down once again, and everybody from the Rhythm is down there in that bottom path looking for opportunities to score. We do see the Unite move come out here from Ho-Oh to revive the Meowth, make sure that they can defend. It's not going to matter too much, though. The Rhythm does have a score advantage, and if they can bait Phantom Thieves off of their goal zone and towards their own, and that could be enough for the Trevenant to sneak up and get that insurance hundo burger there in the top.
That's going to be a little bit of an additional cushion there. 167, 335, still a small chance, but that chance was immediately eviscerated by Fall on this Buzzwole triple KO. Every member of Phantom Thieves back in the Pokemon Center. Hundo Burger inevitable. That will go in and secure the Rhythm with this first set victory, 2-1.
Yeah, just the Meowth peeling off to look for a weird score in the bottom path was clearly not the play. I think they thought they had all the vision that they needed, but everybody was there to meet the Meowth. Like, I'm not sure what the call was there. I don't know. That was not it. That was not the one to go with, but that really kicked off the fight that the Rhythm needed to make sure that they took control of that game after losing a devastating game number 1. Easy games 2 and 3 for this squad will cement their victory here in our set number 1.
Delo in chat says, someone fire my jungler for insta-locking Mime in game 1. Honestly, yeah, that might be a fireable offense, but, you know, turned it around in game 2 and 3, so definitely might have not been the long
Mime
way
was
to
the
win
play.
a set. I love
Mime was the play. It was definitely not the Mime's fault. I'll tell you that right now. It was definitely not the Mime's fault in game number 1. And I think the Darkrai ban was probably the call.
Yeah, for sure. I like the Darkrai ban too. But yeah, great set, honestly. I think the Rhythm definitely controlled all 3 games. Phantom Thieves kind of stole game number 1 away. And I mean, you look at the KO numbers of all 3 games, it was pretty much in the favor of the Rhythm all 3 times. So honestly, well played all around. Always love a good 3-game set. But, you know, pretty good stuff.
Wow, you can get a Charizard badge for subscribing right now. With ACL. Yeah.
Oh.
You get the Charizard badge because we're streaming, I guess, around the time that ACL is going on. So
okay, Sir
if
Charles
you sub,
Zard.
you get the UACL, PUACL. Jesus, I'm low right now. 59 blood sugar. Can't speak. It's over.
It's
Which
so over.
Sucks because that's literally my job. Let's take a look at my blood sugar graph right here. Struggling with some lows today, but I'll cast it. Should I cast my blood sugar graph? 59 and dropping a little bit here at the end of the day. 9 p.m. and still trying to make my way back up there in the score. I'm making it happen. The fruit snacks come in for the save. Was able to pound those during the game.
Nice. Love it. Hey, well, we're gonna go take a quick break while Husky likely gets more fruit snacks. But don't go too far, traders. We're gonna be back for round number 2 as we get that set up. So don't go too far. More Underdunk number 75. We'll be back very, very soon. 1. Welcome back in, trainers. We're going to have a very quick intermission, and I think we are going to be getting right to business. Division 4 CC Yellow going to be our next round matchup. It's going to be round 2. I need to change that in the top.
Changing the stuff.
I need to change the stuff. But either way, we got a draft here. This should be a pretty good one.
Yeah, so CC Yellow versus, who's the other one? Division 4. And we are going to be seeing Kyogre as well. So Kyogre, we've got the wet sky ruins this time with Kyogre on the map, the whale himself. So we're seeing all 3 maps within these first 2 sets of the evening. Interesting first ban here, Machamp. I wonder if CCL has been playing the Machamp and that's why they're banning it out, or they're just annoyed by it. But it has been played a decent amount.
Honestly, yeah, I feel like Machamp has been played. I mean, we saw it quite a bit during UCS week 4. I think just in general, I think it's been kind of a menace. It's, you know, something with submission, being able to get to the back line, and just some of these all-rounders have been kind of let off the leash a little bit. I do like going back to it. I like the wing theme for Thea Sky Ruins because we have the boneless, we have bone in. Bone in is Groudon, and wet, which is like, you know, it extra sauce, right? That's what you call wet wing.
Yeah, extra wet. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
That's what I would order. The extra wet wings with the extra sauce on it. Oh no!
You should do it on the side.
Now.
Sometimes I do it on the side.
On the side.
I know. Well, some wing places they kind of go overboard. So I actually had wing. We're not even talking about the draft at this point. I had wings last weekend, and they just mopped. Like I probably had like a whole extra container of sauce that I used for my fries, but it was just on the wings. Yeah, it was a nightmare.
I would get, like, back when Buffalo Wild Wings was good, and I don't know what everyone's opinion is on Buffalo Wild Wings, but it used to be my favorite, like, wings ever, and now they're just not as good. Like, sometimes, I feel like I don't want to order them. I only want to order them, like, DoorDashed. For some reason, them sitting in the takeout container is better. But anyway, it used to be great, and now they're not as good. But I used to get them like all flat, extra wet wings, spicy garlic, and medium sauce. And then I would have so much sauce for my little potato wedges that I would get. But now Buffalo Wild Wings isn't as good, and I miss my favorite wing place, and I haven't really found one out here that I love. But anyway, I love wings. Big wing fan over here.
Have you ever done the Blazin' Challenge at B-Dubs?
No, I love spicy food, but I would shit myself sitting right there.
I've done it a couple of times, and they make you sign a waiver, but I'm like, these aren't even that spicy.
I've had the sauce, like I've tasted it, and it's like, it's spicy, like, but you know, it's generally fine. I wouldn't be able to do the challenge though, 'cause, like I said. Anyway. Let's take a look at our drafts here.
We have a whole draft.
Let's take a look at our drafts. These are actually interesting. We got a lot of different picks than we saw in the first set. So we do have the Dragonite, which was first picked, first of all.
Yep.
They just switched it. But then we also have Mega Gyarados that was nerfed or fixed or whatever happened to it.
Yeah.
Leafeon has come out as well. And then Greninja's back.
Greninja's back. It's so back. It's being played by Backfired right now, so we'll see if it does backfire on them. But I don't know. I feel like you kind of have 2 of these ADC type Pokemon. I feel like Dragonite kind of plays a similar role, but then again, we saw kind of similar compositions being played last round that ended up working out pretty decently for our squad. But yeah, let's get into game number 1 of this round 2 matchup.
Yeah, I just want to point out how angry I am, like viscerally angry that we have Umbreons not playing Umbreon.
Yeah, that's fair.
That makes that pisses me off. Like I'm ready to, like I'm so pissed right now. But anyway, the Suicune coming back is scary to me because it was buffed a little bit, and is that enough to make it like the most insane thing ever again? Because that's like the only thing that we've we saw. But I'm interested to take a look at this Dragonite. It was a Pokemon that got buffed, but we hadn't seen it quite yet. So I want to see how good it ends up doing.
I also want to see this Mega Gyarados, and it's going to be pocketed by this Glossifleur. I think it's a great path partner. We do see Umbreons on the Mewtwo, not in the Umbreon again. Gamma Sage is going to be on that.
Fucking remind me, dude.
Already getting a stack in pretty early, and also getting some good pressure there on the Division 4.
Yeah, not too bad here. Leafeon with that level 4, one of the best central area ganks, will move up into try to take down the Suicune. They will be able to do so up in this top path, but Scyther will take the Gossifleur as well. So they got a little bit of a trade. Not going to matter. Leafeon going to be able to set up that Gyarados for a big KO that will evolve that Pokemon. Not sure that's what Division 4 would have wanted at this point in the match.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, right? You give a Gyarados, a Mega Gyarados at level 4 at the 9-minute mark. Now we have the 850 birds coming up. Suicune going to put down some pressure, but it's going to be the Eldegoss that gets a little bit of it, gets evolved, and the 3v3 goes the CC yellow way, but potentially a little bit of an invade here now as Gyarados comes in, misses that Dragon Breath, but here comes Leafeon, forces the eject button out from Dragonair.
Yeah, I mean, if you're CC Yellow, why wouldn't you just harass here into this central area? You want to make sure that this Gyarados continues to stay ahead with getting that early evolution. Good response here from Division 4. Not too much damage was done. Poor Froakie, still Froakie in this bottom path, though.
Thank you for the gifted sub from Spiced Eggnog. Much appreciated. Enjoy your, I think it's what you say is a Charizard badge.
Yeah, it's a Charizard badge. Not a popular pick, honestly. Charizard, very niche Pokemon, but you know, I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, me too. 35-9 here at the 8-minute mark, and now it's actually a scissor getting played here by Division 4, as now we have Regidrago enter the fray. Leafeon gonna have to go backwards towards their own central area. Regidrago a little bit lower than half. A lot of low HP bars, looking for a secure Dragonair. Able to get it for Division 4 and get the KO on that Eldegoss. Leafeon, though, pays a little bit of vengeance, gets the KO on that Dragonair.
Leafeon, a little bit of a missed time there on the second hit of Razor Leaf, and then was able to go over to the Dragonair at last hit. That's a big momentum boost there for Division 4. They have not had the best early game, but you know, that's definitely good for them. I'm interested to see with this Scissor as well, because we don't see this Pokemon a lot, and there's already a Dragonite on the team. So, you know, I'm kind of wondering what role this Pokemon fits into, or they're just going with this frontline brawly composition. I imagine we see Hyper Beam on this Dragonite, so, you know, maybe Dragonite kind of more of an attacker. You have Scissor up there as your frontliner, your all-rounder attacker Pokemon, but we do see Dragonite make it up to the top path and take this objective away, while CC Yellow will handle this Regieleki in the bottom.
A lot of points in, too. So Division 4 finally gets some value. Not a big overcap, only 2 points unless they scored a little bit on the bottom side, and which would make it even a lower overcap, right? But, you know, CC Yellow does get that Regieleki, which will walk towards this T2 goal zone, forcing Division 4 to handle it. CC Yellow could potentially go for this top path push, but honestly, I think they were just happy just kind of getting some vision and making sure they're keeping their own goal zones protected.
I think they expect Division 4 to go for a push here, but it doesn't seem like that's what they're trying to do. Instead, they're also just looking for experience. CC Yellow might try to force a fight here. We have a Unite move on this Gyarados, so they're going to go ahead and use it, Kyle.
Ooh, Unite move from Mewtwo. Also going to stun up a couple of members. They pour in dangerously low. They eventually go down in Division 4. Starting to go down like flies. Dragonite are forced to use their eject button. All for naught. They still go back to the Pokemon Center. This Leafeon looking fantastic. Level 10 already. Highest level in the game.
Yeah, that's definitely big for CCO. They absolutely wanted to fight there. I think as soon as you have that Mega Evolution available on that Gyarados, they just want to try to force a fight wherever they can, pick up some KOs, and grow the lead that they have currently with both the points and experience. Now, I kind of want to touch on this Dragonite a little bit, because I know that it did get a buff, and I've seen it a couple times just in my games over the past couple days, but I really feel like it hasn't made much of an impact. And the biggest thing for this Pokemon is going to be its opportunity to secure. So if they can set it up They don't really have a ton of secure on the side of CC Yellow, so besides Eldegoss basic attack, as we know, but we do have the Hyper Beam on the other side, and we haven't really seen it be able to get set up, and they're going to try to set it up here, but already the Leafeon gets a KO, and Mega Evolution is back for the Gyarados.
Yeah, Gyarados gonna get frozen solid from this Suicune, though. Able to get towards the back line. Dragon Breath gonna send a Pokemon back, but Dragon Knight able to send them back on the revenge tour. Now CC Yellow going for this Regieleki. Should be able to take it a little bit slower than they probably would like, but still able to secure it for themselves. Mewtwo able to make that task accomplished. Leafeon now looking for an engage, looking for an angle here. They don't have a Unite move just yet. They're going to get, they're actually going to dodge, sidestep that Whirlpool from that Suicune. But here comes Scissor into the backline. Eldegoss also going to try to go to the skies. Cotton Cloud Crash coming down. Scissor, the only one back in the Pokemon Center. And now this Greninja backfire's trying to run away. And they are going to get mostly to safety. But not before Leafeon takes out the Vaporeon.
A great series of Unite moves from CC Yellow, just very coordinated there and able to pick up 4 KOs as Regieleki will walk in. Leafeon makes quick work of that respawn there. And CC Yellow going to take that goal zone. But I watched the Eldegoss go up into the air the second the Scissor hit the back line. And then you also have the Umbreon grabbing a couple shields as it's getting healed by the Eldegoss immediately into the Infinite Psyburn, just to make sure that you're chaining the CC over and over again. So that Division 4 can't really find their footing anywhere in that fight. And a lot of it was waiting for the Leafeon to have a Unite move back, right? But turns out they really didn't need to wait. Oh. Division 4 just kind of dropped throughout that fight, and CC Yellow is definitely cemented their way into a lead here. We've got level 14 on that Leafeon at 3 minutes. That is going to be a dangerous late game Pokemon.
15 seconds until this Regieleki, or sorry, this is going to be the Regiroulette up in the top half. Hits the map, and Division 4 in position. Psystrike going to connect on the Vaporeon, going to get healed up by itself. An Aqua Ring met with a mean look, and now we got a Hyper Beam onto this Umbreon. Dragon dancing around the battlefield. Another Psystrike from this Mega Mewtwo, who's going to hold down that A button against Division 4. Press a little bit forward, but now they're going to have to peel backwards. Nice little Psystrike once again, going to knock off a pair. Mean look from this Umbreon. They're looking for KOs. Mewtwo's going to find one. Some low HP. Leafeon sidesteps and gets to safety. Scissor gonna try to get the Umbreon unsuccessful.
Oh my god, the mean look as well comes out just in time. Gyarados trying to walk into the Scissor here, and they will be able to get that KO. 6 seconds left until Kyogre hits the map. Infinite Psyburn just to make sure that everybody can make it out, and a perfect Cotton Cloud Crash as well. Greninja tries to Unite move, doesn't matter. Everyone's immediately obliterated. What a fight there from this squad.
Perfect Eldegoss Unite move. I mean, that might have been the game-saving play right there as CC Yellow earns themselves that Kyogre. But yeah, perfect Cotton Cloud Crash. Otherwise, I think Gyarados might have gone down there. Maybe the Leafeon as well, but doesn't matter. Perfect healing in the perfect moment, and then getting those KOs on the back end. Now they have a 200-plus point lead. A little bit of time to play with these buffs. Now they're going to go on in. Freeze from the Suicune. Doesn't matter. Scissor going to be the only KO found, and CC Yellow going to likely win this game.
Yeah, the coordination from this team, the way that they use the Unite moves, they know exactly in a macro sense where they're supposed to be and what their Pokemon need to do at the exact time they need to do it. It's literally just like, it looks like an equation watching them play and watching them use their Unite moves in the exact correct order. Like, you know, frictionless conditions can be met here. Like, we do have the ideal gas law able to be applied, which
okay, Dr. Husky.
You know, it's not usually, because it's not like real. Obviously, you can't have like the ideal. It's like an ideal gas law for a reason. It doesn't like actually happen. Surfaces are never really frictionless, but CC Yellow really made it look like it. Everyone knows this. CC Yellow really made them look like it here in game number 1. 848 to 101. And Division 4 has got to go back to the drawing board. And I don't think that drawing board should include a first pick Dragonite, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Dragonite's good, but in the right moment, maybe we'll see exactly how they maybe format the composition around it. But yeah, maybe first pick, maybe not the play there. But either way, CC Yellow gonna win game number 1. Some stat padding here in the last moments. And that will be it for game 1 of our Swiss round 2. Division 4 going to be on the back foot here as they try to go and even up the series in game 2.
Yeah, I wonder what they end up doing here because they had quite an interesting draft, and I wonder how they've been practicing. This scissor, all things considered, didn't look that bad, but something like a scissor just gets absolutely demolished by a mean look Umbreon. And Genma, even though I was so mad at Umbreons for not playing the Umbreon, Genma really fantastic job with the timing of the mean looks. They're walking in on less than half HP for most of these fights and still making it out because they're trusting that the Eldegoss is going to heal them. Look at it as well, 75,000 healing on the Eldegoss. But the setups from this mean look on the scissor, they just nothing that they could do the entire time. And they still had a couple of KOs and they obviously took a lot of damage, but they were just not as impactful as I think they wanted to be.
Yeah, I think also like the target priority on the Umbreon was also very key in a lot of those moments, making sure that they get that mean look targeted on the Pokemon that either had the lowest HP bar to KO or the Pokemon that was going to threaten to KO your own team. So I think that's always very important to pick out, especially in those chaotic big skirmishes where you have a few targets to attack. So that's a good job from both of these teams. But yeah, CC Yellow coming out ahead in that game 1. As we get into game 2, let's look back at what we had banned. We had that Machamp banned. We had the Surfetch, the Blastoise. So Surfetch makes it through pretty much every game in our previous set. We're finally starting to see it banned, and I don't know, I feel like it is the right call because that Surfetch definitely is something that can be a little problematic.
Yeah, I mean, the Surfetch, we've seen it over the past couple of Underdunks, and it's just really good. It has a lot of options, right? And if you are good micro with it and you're using the Detect is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, it can avoid damage, it can avoid CC. Like, if you use it at the right time, this is an insane move. So having the Surfetch just kind of your frontline attacker or frontline all-rounder, your brawler style Pokemon with a little bit of mobility as well has been really valuable for teams. So it doesn't surprise me that we do see it banned, but take a look at draft for game number 2. We're on Kyogre once again, and so far bans are looking pretty similar.
Indeed, yeah, Machamp Blastoise already getting off on the chopping block. Then we got the Charizard on CC Yellow side. I imagine, yeah, we'll likely go the Zapdos. I think Zapdos still, despite getting some of those getting some of those nerfs over the last couple patches, along with a bug fix, I think it's still definitely ban-worthy. Is still one of the better attackers in our meta as we stand. Also, the Psyduck, very noteworthy, very deserved ban. And Husky, we're not going to see anything different. We're going to see that first pick Dragonite again.
Yeah, they really like this Dragonite. I wonder what they're seeing about it. I guess they just really want this secure, focused composition with the Hyper Beam. I think one of the problems that I have with the Dragonite is Hyper Beam just takes a long time to set up. You have to get multiple Dragon Dances and you have to do multiple attacks. And I feel like that kind of burst is done by a Snipe Shot without the setup. It's done by a Spirit Shackle that's stacked up with attack weight. I just don't know what the value is of this Dragonite, but I guess it's a little tankier than some of the bursts that we have, but it just didn't really seem to make an impact in game 1.
And we already see this Mega Lucario hit the Theosky Ruins for the first time this evening, despite receiving, I guess I'd like to call it a nerf because it does directly nerf it, but it's more of a rework on how that close combat works. But I think it is a nerf to this Pokemon because the way people love to play that Pokemon was the resets from the close combat, utilizing those big objectives to help kind of keep all of its abilities up. And yeah, I think seeing it here, definitely going to be interesting to see if it's going to have that same amount of punch going in the draft, but we'll see. And we're also going to see this Latios hit the map once again.
Yeah, I don't mind a Latios. It recently got buffed. I think it's really strong. Both movesets are pretty good. I wouldn't mind either Draco Meteor or Dragon Pulse, but just because I see a Speedster on the other side, it makes me want to lean more towards Dragon Pulse for the sure hit. But, Meteors can still be a really solid option.
I love Meteors. I love Dragon Pulse. I just love playing Latios. I think it's one of my best, my more favorite Pokemon that have been released in the last few years. But we'll see. This is going to be a little bit of a switch on the composition. Okay, no. We are going to see Gorilla Glue stay on that Mega Lucario. For a second, we saw him on the Mewtwo one. We saw Umbreon's on the Lucario, but it is going to stay true. So we're going to see same Pokemon here for Umbreons as well as the Umbreon. So Genma Sage going to be taking that one. I imagine we're going to see that Mewtwo Umbreon down in that bottom path.
Yeah, still loving to piss me off so bad, but, it's fine. Whatever. I'll get over it one day. This hurts more than getting kicked out of the ambassador program, but it's fine, I guess. It's whatever.
That hurts
but
more?
I do. Yeah. I do like the Ceruledge here as well. I think Ceruledge is just one of those all-rounders that's very solid. It's got a little bit of tankiness to it. It's got a ton of mobility that might solve some of the problems of this composition that we saw in Game 1.
Let's get to Game 2. Division 4 going to be on your purple side. CC Yellow on your orange side. And certainly we are going to see this Dragonair Dratini currently going to head towards this top path. We are going to see that Seru head towards that central area, and it will be Latios in the bottom path. And as we kind of imagine, we also are going to see this Lucario in the top.
Yeah, the Lucario up there, the most classic top path Pokemon that you can think of. And down in this bottom path, the goal is just going to kind of be to make sure that the Latios can't stack up that Eon Power once it gets to that level 5, regardless of the move choice that it has. And this is a Pokemon that you can't really keep it. It doesn't really matter with the levels as much as it does, like, if you just keep fighting it, that's good for it to get its stacks up. But same thing we saw in game number 1, this Leafeon up the top path early.
Early KOs, this time not pocketed with a Magikarp, but still same effect, getting those KOs. Now Ceruledge paying a little bit of an exception, almost taking down that Gossifleur, but unsuccessful. Can also wait out for the remainder of their team for these 850 birds. Dratini gonna press a little bit forward. Here comes Lucario. Here comes this Leafeon going on in. Gonna have to dash away. Ceruledge looking for a KO. Gonna find it. Gonna slice through CC Yellow in D4. Able to get some early pressure in.
Yeah, that's big for them. Just getting those early KOs, you use the Ceruledge to your advantage, and Leafeon's not there, it's not going to be able to do anything. And if you can make sure that you're ahead of this Leafeon, that's going to be absolutely huge, because this is one of the best early game Pokemon in the entire game, and it gets its Unite move that's broken at level 8. And it is Meteors, look at that.
Okay, I do love a good Meteor game. We'll see how this plays out. Mega Mewtwo is evolved, now going to be Mega Evolved, peel backwards. We do have this Regidrago in the central area, both teams starting to gather around it. No damage fallen just yet. Phantom Force into the Eldegoss, but Leafeon sees that. Good peel from Shork on the Suicune, able to get them to safety. Psystrike avoided from the Ceruledge, goes underground with that Phantom Force. It's going to be something to watch out for if you're CC Yellow. Easy secures here, Division 4, able to get that, but they lose their Dragonair in the process. Leafeon goes down in Kin.
Yeah, so far Division 4 looking great. The Leafeon just hasn't been able to be very impactful, and they're just not having the engagements that they would like to. It's more difficult, I think, to just run into the Whirlpool. You've got Heavy Slam as a little bit of a better engagement tool, and here comes the Umbreon, though. Very good mean look once again, and just trying to make sure that the Snorlax can't do everything that it wants to do.
Trying to stack up those Aeon stacks down on the bottom path, but here comes Lucario up in the top path. Close combat's going to connect onto the Suicune, but they're going to have to peel backwards. Dragonite finally hits the map at level 8. Lucario holding a power-up punch, going to punch that legendary beast right in the face, but the Hyper Beam going to secure that Reg Ice for Division 4. They're going to pay for it. Leafeon gets a KO with the Emerald 2-step. Also, nice little smooth criminal move, stealing a Citrus Berry. But they're going to get caught. Heavy Slam. Dragonite now able to send them back to the Pokemon Center the hard way.
Yeah, I think they hesitated for a second there. I think they wanted the second citrus berry and missed it, and like hesitated for a second. It gave everybody the opportunity to catch up. But the bottom path seems to be going a little bit better for CCL. They are able to get the Regieleki in. Here comes the Snorlax, though, ready to set up this Latios, which already seems to have a good amount of Eon stacks. And I think then the mistakes have been made against this Pokemon, just continuing to engage it and give it opportunities to stack up the Eon power makes those meteors even more powerful.
Even more powerful, even more of them, more and stacks, you get more drops of those meteors. So it's going to be very important as we get into the late game. Dragonite going to take away one of these Natus, but going to get caught in a blender. Good peel once again from the Suicune. Hyper Beam to the face. Leafeon back into the Pokemon Center. Unfortunately for them, unable to get the KO that they were searching for. And Dragonite, now level 10, going to outclass this Leafeon for the time being.
Yeah, the Leafy on the Emerald two-steps just don't seem to be doing as much as they were in game number 1. And I guess now we're seeing the power of this Dragonite. It really seems to be shutting that Pokemon down. Nobody's squishy enough for the Leafeon to really target. The bottom path, though, 3v3. Neither team really looking for particular engagements. A little bit harder for the Umbreon to mean look when there's Draco Meteors falling all over the place.
Yeah, look at that. Double KO for the Leafeon. It's going to allow them to stack up that attack weight. They're also going to get the Cerulege one more time. Might have been miscalculated on how much would be able to do against those two Pokemon, especially with Lucario still Mega Evolved. Dragonite does get a little bit of revenge, though, on the back foot. 40 points looking to go on in. They are just going to go ahead and break this. Not going to allow Snorlax to get in. They wanted to ensure that that goal zone went down, and that is going to earn them this Reg Ice once again.
Yeah, I don't think that was the play. I mean, they wanted the Lucario to get a chance to stack up, and I don't think they thought that Division 4 would respond as quickly as they did, because Leafeon was standing there holding 40 points and like waiting for Lucario to stack a little bit. And I think ultimately, like, hindsight's 2020, but maybe just score your points and walk away there, because you gave Dragonite a couple more KOs that definitely weren't needed.
I needed it all. Mega Mewtwo Y, Mega Evolved, gonna hold that A button against this Snorlax. Some little defense here for Division 4 as this Regieleki starts to walk towards this T2. Snorlax caught in a mean look, and I have to hold up that block to make sure CCL doesn't advance any further. Regieleki still trying to knock on the doorstep of this T2. Mega Lucario has a Mega Evolution online. There it is. Or a cannon to the back line. Regieleki finds its home. Here comes Cerulege with a Revenant Ren. Gonna hit a couple, but Leafeon's the only one to fall. Gladios able to hit a few meteors, but 2 members are down for Division 4. Regieleki still made this goal zone defenseless. Not a ton of points left over, but the 46 is going to break that for CC Yellow, and they get exactly what they came there for.
Yeah, it was great engagement from CC Yellow once again with the timings of their Unite moves, just setting everybody up perfectly for an engagement. Great dodge there with the power-up punch on the Hyper Beam. Make sure that doesn't happen. A lot of Draco Meteors falling at this point in the game. I say this every time we see Latios. I would love some like indicator of the amount of Eon stacks they have, because those are definitely some hurting meteors at this point.
Yeah, that's why I think it's like very easy to stack, because you could stack if you hit multiple targets. So you're really rewarded for hitting those skill shots. But let's look as we get towards the last part of game number 2. 3-1-2 to 1-3-9 here. CC Yellow once again in the driver's seat. Another Reggie up in this top path. 2 Reggie Ice up there previously. We'll see what this third one is.
Yeah, we will see what they end up doing here. It is going to be Regirock, and Division 4 is easily going to be able to take that here. In the bottom path, Leafeon looks to be considering going for that objective. The Regieleki will walk toward the base goal zone, so definitely something you want, but Snorlax will be able to get 40 points in. It's really not going to reduce the score lead by that much here between the two squads, but Division 4 definitely looks much better than they did in game number 1. Dragonite gonna score a little bit before the timer, so not gonna be what happened. Look at this, Kyle. The fight already kicking off.
Umbreon, the first one to fall. Here comes a Revenant Ren, gonna slice through the Lucario. Close combat, it's gonna miss the mark. However, Suicune down on the other side. 2 members down for CC Yellow. Dragonite with a double KO. Mewtwo Y trying to get in. Mega Lucario also doing the same. Now, it's going to be Division 4 starting the rip on this Kyogre. Regieleki walked into that T home goal zone. Another Hyper Beam's going to connect on this Lucario, but they're going to meet their match. Ceruledge slices through them. Kyogre still not chipped, but CC Yellow is back on the map.
Yeah, I mean, Division 4, they had an opportunity to go for it there, and they decided not to because Lucario was around. I feel like at that point, you just got to trust your Hyper Beam and go for it because you are the team that's behind by over 100 points. There's still a minute left, but Umbreon does have a Unite move. Big Draco Meteors rain down. Umbreon has to use the Unite move, but they're down again, Kyle.
Yeah, they are. And now we have a block from Snorlax and Kyogre getting ripped. Dragonite got to line up this Hyper Beam. It's a little early.
Oh, it's early.
One more shot. Oh, but they still get it. No chance there. Division 4 able to secure. Might have been a little early. We'll see if they can get all of their points in. 100 points, not going to do the trick. They're still going to need a little bit more. Another 50, 39, 50 in tow. That's going to do the trick. 429, 342. Division 4 likely going to be taking game 2.
Yeah, Division 4 coming back here. Really weird engagement from CC Yellow, and just, you know, knowing that the Dragonite wasn't there, I think they thought that they would have a much better fight, but Division 4 really using the Suicune, the CC that it had, a big Revenant Rend into the back line, and able to take that fight very handedly. Almost messed it up a little bit there with the end Hyper Beam, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Never punished.
Yeah, no, it didn't matter. They had it on lockdown. They trusted that they would still get it. But final moments here in game number 2 as we damage farm, get those stats up. Division 4 evens the score. Game number 3 is going to be knocking on the door.
Mega Lucario definitely didn't seem as impactful as the Gyarados this time. So I don't know. I guess I'm seeing that it, like, the nerf, well, I guess it wasn't like really a nerf technically, but it was, you know, definitely because it was a little bit broken the way that it was before. So I'm definitely kind of seeing it here. It doesn't seem as ridiculous as it was before, and it can't rip objectives the way that it used to. Leafeon also just fell off game number 2, and I absolutely loved the Ceruledge. You see here, 77,000 damage leader in the entire game. I liked this pivot a lot. The Scizor, not the play. Definitely prefer the Ceruledge.
Yeah, I agree. The Ceruledge looked really good, especially in some of these big grouped up team fights. They were definitely hitting some of their Unite moves in like 2-3 targets we're getting connected on. And when you have a speedster on the other side that gets hit by it almost all the time, it's going to go down just with speedster's HP pools. So I do like the Ceruledge. So we'll see if they take it again in game number 3.
Yeah, still not like, I haven't been fully convinced of the Dragonite's first pick worthiness, but it definitely looked better in game number 2. It was pretty solid. I liked it a little bit better, but I don't know. I'm still not fully convinced. Maybe one more game and like really pop off, and then I'll understand. I'll see the vision.
True. And thank you, Tom Retro, for the gifted sub. I am Semi-Colin is now sub, so thank you for that. Enjoy your Pokemon Unite ACL badge on Twitch. Should be pretty cool. We have ACL coming up, I believe. Technically, it's tomorrow around this same time, I believe, is when the shows will start.
Yeah, but it's like Saturday for them, right?
It's Saturday for them.
Yeah, it'll be like 8 p.m.-ish for us. I'll probably be watching tomorrow night. Not sure. I don't even know. We'll see. Yeah. We'll see what ends up happening. I know Bren's having people over. I don't know. Anyway, one more game of first pick Dragonite. They're going to lock it in once again here. Doesn't look like the bans have changed up at all. But instead, we're not going to have this Umbreon locked in. We're going to go with the Crustle, and they're going to take the Suicune. I actually love this from CC Yellow.
I do too. I think Suicune looked really good, especially into like this more brawl heavy composition, because they didn't really have like a true like range damage dealer, it seems. So it's kind of what they were missing. So I think if we're Division 4, we're gonna go more brawl heavy. I think this Suicune does a good job of shutting that down. I also kind of like this Crustle too. However, when you have an Umbreon on the other side, you do run the risk of, all of those shields in those big moments getting taken away.
Yeah, so, you take Crustle and you take their Suicune away, but you trade for the Umbreon that gets picked up on the other side. So still no Umbreon, still mad, but at least it's on the other side instead. So at least he's got an excuse this time. Instead, he's going to be on the Blaziken. We are going to see Mew come out here, and your Venusaur. So Venusaur got buffed recently, and it is going to be played here, currently wearing beam items.
Yeah, Venusaur getting buffed. So I love this Pokemon. I think even like over the last couple months, while it was kind of on that lower tier side, it's still always pretty fun to play. I'm very interested to see how it plays with these fresh new buffs that it's received for that Solar Beam build. You do have a potential beam on the other side, right? Obviously, Mew has a Solar Beam of their own that they can fire out at a time being. So excited to see, kind of these beams face off here in game number 3. And once again, thank you for the gifted sub from
Schmoovie.
Schmoovie. It's a schmoovie.
It's a schmoovie here in game number 3 of round 2 of our Swiss bracket. We also have this Wigglytuff coming out, which I think could be really good into this composition. Even if you've got Crustle in the front line and it pops the Unite move, Wiggly just walks in, in, puts him to sleep, and then kind of what can you do? So Wiggly, always a solid option just for annoyance, if nothing else.
Well, let's get into game number 3, and yeah, I'm excited to see this one. It's gonna be a really good matchup. Obviously, first game and second game were very close throughout the entire game, and it came down to who won that last fight. If game 3 is anything of the same, we'll look to see what happens in the mid game, but this last fight is going to be the crucial one. Let's get into it. Game number 3, Division 4, going to be on your purple side, CC Yellow on your orange side. We're going to take, for the 3rd straight time, the Dratini to the top path. It is going to be backfired on this Venusaur in the bottom.
Yeah, taking that Dratini up there. They are not worried about this little Dragonite at all. A little bit of a weird buffer on the screen. Did you get that? Or was that just...
Yeah.
Buffer, I hardly did. Anyway, we've got Venusaur now trying to get some skewers in this bottom path. They will be able to be successful so far, but Mew is a difficult one to out-secure. Wow, Crustle already focus span getting popped here this bottom path.
Did save them, man. X speed to boot, and now we have Suicune pressing forward, freezing up a pair. Now Dratini getting caught there. Torchic gets that one and gets out to safety on 1 HP. Got to give some credit to the Suicune that might have saved them. Eject button from this Eevee, and now CC Yellow on the offensive, but Ceruledge here to maybe stop the bleeding.
Yeah, Ceruledge is definitely a really solid level 5 option. Scyther can't really go in as easily if you have that blue thing with swords on its hands fighting the green thing with swords on its hands. It's a little bit difficult. And Dragonite, Dragonair now will be able to get a KO. That's a really solid early game here for Division 4.
I've seen some good mean looks there. That was another one, right onto that Torchic, right at the right moment, stunning them, keeping them in place, allowing Division 4 to get some of their early levels. And right now, I mean, it's been kind of a little bit of a stalemate, some back and forth throughout, but we are going to have a Regidrago in the central area. Team's going to level up before they go for it.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you can get your levels. 12 seconds left now, 10 seconds until this Regidrago spawns. Teams aren't really walking towards it just yet. Instead, in the top path, trying to get some secures. And Division 4 looks like they're the first ones to that central area. They have control over the Regirock for the time being. It doesn't really look like CC Yellow wants to try to go for it. Instead, they're going to score in the top.
Yeah, I actually really like this play. Nice little Solar Beam to maybe try one last dish effort to steal that away and get the scores. Trying to double dip there, unfortunately, unsuccessfully. 3 members in this central area with Gorilla Glue kind of hovering around, looking for an engage. Did not want to walk into 3 members, but instead they are going to look for their next path. 720 birds on the horizon.
720 birds, and Suicune has found 2 in that central area, but Mean Look tried to hit that Scyther. I think it was frame dodged by the full heal there. So That's definitely some micro skill for you, but still no KOs just yet. And it looks like Division 4 still has a lot of control here in this top half.
They still need this level 8 on the Dratini or the Dragon Air. They are going to go for it in the central area. And the bottom path going pretty well. Division 4 able to get some evolutions online, that Venusaur, and some points in down there. Now, both sets of objectives have hit the map, the 7-minute mark. Regieleki in the top path. It's going to be that Regiroulette in the bottom path with Venusaur just taking it by themselves. Focus Blast there from Blaziken into the Suicune Whirlpool. Now, Dragonite does one of the best rips in the game with Division 4 all there. Wigglytuff's going to sing their song. Doesn't fall flat. They're going to press on forward. Scyther, Green Illusion dive, takes out the Ceruledge. Looking for the Umbreon. They get him. Hyper Beam's going to connect, but it doesn't matter. It's a team wipe. CC Yellow takes them all.
Wow, that was like, wow, they're going to fall asleep. They're going to fall asleep. And then somehow they still were able to pull every KO out. It didn't matter. Even Dragonite that had a Hyper Beam getting ready to charge up. They were taken out just before it charged up. Now Blaziken going to go ahead and rip that objective. Regieleki going to walk towards that tier 2. While the rest of CC Yellow in the bottom path is not sleeping down here. They're going to be putting points in.
Some points going in. There's another Sing into the Solar Beam. That's going to take a KO. Venusaur, level 9, has access to their Unite move if they want to use it. Scyther looking for an engage. So is this Blaziken. Good sleep, good peel there from the Wigglytuff. However, it's not good enough. Here comes Scyther. Here comes Blaziken. There goes Mew. All the points in that they want. 210, 192. CC Yellow with that Registeel buff looking good down the bottom path as well.
That was a great play from Blaziken as well. Walking down there, knowing Wigglytuff's in there somewhere and they need vision because Scyther has a Unite move that they want to use. So if you can bait out the Sing, you know, as soon as Blaziken walks in, that Sing's going to come out. It's going to be on cooldown. So the Scyther has an opportunity to use a Unite move. Just game knowledge that you only really see at the highest level here, which is, of course, Underdunk Grassroots Pokemon Unite, the highest level of Pokemon Unite. But Crustle in the central area, a Unite move immediately. The shields will be stolen here. Crustle will go down, as well as Blaziken's pretty good fight for Division 4, but still, KOs are had. We've got Ceruledge going down as well.
Okay, Venusaur with a nice little Solar Beam to separate them. And now we have some Hyper Beam action coming from this Dragonite. That's going to take down the legendary beast of Suicune. Green Illusion dive is going to take out that Scyther, not before they're met by a mean look. That does keep this Dragonite safe, as well as the Venusaur. Otherwise, I think that could be a very dangerous situation for Division 4, although we do have both sets of objectives coming up, as well as a Regidrago in the central area. Both teams really focusing on their levels right now, but CCL got a little bit of value up in that top half.
The Scyther Unite moves have also been charging very quickly. They've had one for pretty much every fight here. So we see them in the central area now, just grabbing a couple more hits of experience if they can get another Unite move up before this next fight. But Division 4 is down here and ready for the Registeel. They've got a lot of secure options. It is going to be that beam that takes it. Now their attack is boosted and everybody is down here potentially looking for a push.
Yeah, they're looking for a push. 3 members of CC Yellow going to respond down, actually make it 4. Blaziken going to be the Lone Ranger up in the top path as Regieleki walks in. Defensive goal zone. 50 points in there as well. So 280, 92 extending their lead. Fight still going down in the bottom path. Scyther looking for this Venusaur. Peels the wrong way, but actually might have been the right way because Umbreon and Wiggly were there to maybe shut them down. So actually, I think that was a wise play for Scyther not to go in.
Yeah, even with Blaziken up there by themselves, they were still holding their own, but now 3:15 on the clock, maybe the last time Unite moves are able to be used. Scyther on less than 1 HP pulls out a KO, but a beam to the face will take them down, followed by an overheat. Fantastic repositioning of that move. 2 KO streak for the Blaziken. Now Ceruledge will have to back onto their own goal zone. Blaziken doesn't really seem to be scared of anything, but there's 3 members of Division 4. Maybe they should be. No, Suicune, of course, is there to stun up the whole squad.
Look at this tempo, just knowing exactly where everybody on Division 4 was lined up. They were able to score a little bit more. They might have been able to score that additional 40 from that Mew, but I think they didn't want to push their luck there. 392 the score here with 30 seconds until our Kyogre of Game 3. A nice little Solar Beam is going to force the Crustle X-Speed out. And look at Blaziken on that T2 looking to score 50.
Yeah, Blaziken just going to throw another 50 points in. Like you said, that tempo just keeping them guessing the entire time. Dragonite does make their way back, but not before that 50 is scored. Now chasing down this Crustle. The Sing is already baited out, so Suicune can stun up the Wigglytuff, bothering them with the Rock Tomb as well. CC Yellow just once again showing the cohesion between every player on this team. Now Division 4 does have a little bit more central area control. They found the Scyther, big Solar Beam to the face, and a big Unite move. Scyther goes down.
Yeah, that Burden Anger, perfect, but the mean look even better. Some shields are going to get stolen from this Crustle, and now we are going to hit another Solar Beam from this Venusaur. So 2 members down for CC Yellow, but we have some low HP bars. Solar Beam from the Mew is going to hit a couple, but no KOs found just yet. Division 4 on the offensive, get hit by Kyogre and some more water and ice from that Suicune. Another Solar Beam is going to connect on Suicune, but Blaze getting caught in a blender. Some shields stolen. Big beam. Dragonite takes that one. Division 4 now on the offense. Solar Beam from Mew catches Wigglytuff in a bush. Here comes Scyther. They're going to take out the Venusaur. 2 members down for Division 4. Slice through. Scyther going all bugs out. They're going to take down 4 members. Dragonite, the lone main ranger, up for Division 4, but it doesn't matter. CC Yellow survives. That's a team wipe.
Wow, they just had to hold out that fight long enough for the Scyther to get back, and that's exactly what they did. Mew with the incredible plays. Nobody could catch up to that Mew, even with a Ceruledge and a Dragonite on the field. The Mew was just all over the place, so slippery, taking no damage for the entire fight. And the Blaze again held off long enough as well. There's still time, 30 seconds left on the clock. Division 4 has to make appeal to these goal zones if they want a chance at winning, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Instead, they're just going to go for the Kyogre. Another huge engagement here from the Suicune. It looks like stealing that Pokemon away was absolutely the call.
Yeah, we're going to hit another Solar Beam, but really the play that now really needs to be the Kyogre. 10 seconds left, not going to be enough. Division 4 going to fall down just barely, unable to really converge and connect on the early win of this Kyogre, so they weren't able to capitalize, and CC Yellow, like you said, just was able to stall out the fight long enough to get all of their big members back, and they were able to hold on to Kyogre, hold on to the victory. No final objective secured by either team. Didn't matter. CC Yellow had a massive lead going into it.
Yeah, I mean, and again, Dragonite had its moments for KOs, but I'm still not convinced. I did like the Solar Beam Venusaur. I mean, that was a ton of damage coming out, but CC Yellow, even after a disastrous catch on that Scyther in the end game, they were able to pull it back, use their cohesiveness as a team and get it done. So CC Yellow will be taking this one 2-1. We've had 2 exciting 3-game sets here so far on Underdunk.
Not too bad, but yeah, final score, 374-92 going to be your final, and yeah, we have 2 really back-to-back, like you said, 3-game sets. We'll see if set number 3 and set number 4 can kind of live up to the hype there, but really, like, CC Yellow kind of controlled this one from start to finish, outside of like that 30-second to a minute mark there of your Kyogre where they kind of got caught. Scyther was kind of bush checking with that dual wing beat, ended up getting caught by a mean look eventually, and then beam to the face, Verdant Anger to secure the KOs. Didn't really matter though, like you said. Good convergence, good poise from CC Yellow in that one. But that is it for round number 2. We're going to get round number 3 set up very shortly. Husky, any final thoughts as we send you on home? Well, you are home, but
yeah, I'm good. Well, I am in my house, but I am going to bed, and I've got a big day tomorrow of teaching and judging a graduate research exhibition. So excited about that. Remember your ideal gas law, PV equals nRT. Remember your Ohm's law as well, V equals IR. It's really important. It will be on the test. Otherwise, that's going to be it for me for tonight, but we've still got more Underdog.
Alrighty,
so don't leave.
Yeah, don't leave. We got more Underdog. We have 2 more rounds, so don't go too far, folks. Get a drink, get a snack. We'll be back after a very brief intermission. We'll see you soon. Welcome back in, trainers. We have our round 3 matchup, best of 3, Dynasty versus DFS Amethyst for Underdunk number 75. And I am Steel Agent Kyle, and with me we have a new caster joining the fray, GX2. You may have seen some of their work and some of the other grassroots league, but welcome to Underdunk for the first time as we get into our round 3 matchup.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited to see all these matchups, and well, there's a Mega Charizard Y band. You know the rules. He's not allowed to play with the rest of the kids. So there's that.
Definitely not allowed to play. You also have the Blissey along with this Umbreon ban. And just if you haven't seen it before, folks, is going to be a Groudon map. You could tell by that central area showing a lot of that earth terrain opposed to the more water or the grass. So we are going to see Groudon in game number 1. Rest of the bans, though, we are going to see this Hoopa get banned from DFS.
This seems like a target ban. You don't really see that many Hoopas being played or like banned, so that screams target ban to me.
Potential target ban. This Surfetch certainly not a target ban. I think this Pokemon has been just incredibly powerful over the last few weeks, especially in this current meta. We've also been seeing a ton of this Umbreon this evening, so I'm not super surprised we're seeing that one banned out as well.
Yeah, for Surfetch, take a look at its stats. It's very bulky, especially on the special defensive ends. It is a Proud Knight with a very sharp leak.
Potential options here for Dynasty. Zapdos is open, one of the more common first picks when it's available. Hasn't been available frequently this evening, so we are going to see it though. So Zapdos going to go over towards the side of Dynasty. But now DFS Amethyst has a few options here for their power picks. They have that Dragonite, a Pokemon that's been more recently buffed in this last patch.
Yeah, Dragonite, the Hyper Beam is just doing a massive damage and is a very good secure, which is very prudent on this map. You really want that Groudon buff. It's so powerful, does so much damage. It can just make fights very one-sided.
Really can. And a few other options here for Dynasties. We get into our Snake draft. So 2 additional picks here for them. Hovering that Blaziken. I think Blaziken, we saw it in our last series. Umbreon's taking that one, making that Pokemon look incredibly powerful despite, not really receiving any love in any recent patch. So always love to get to see some good Blaziken play. We're also seeing this Mew here from Dynasty. And that is a Pokemon that's also been joining the fray more frequently.
So yeah, looking over at the purple team's picks right here, they're looking to set up a very strong early game, especially to have Blaziken thrive off of that early game, get as much levels as it can. Following those picks, we're going to have an Alcremie and is Moltres legal right now? I believe it's banned. No?
Yeah, Moltres does have the global ban, so they will likely have to... They will pull off of it unless they want... Unfortunately, a DQ. So yeah, likely moving
there
off
it is.
It. They do grab that Greninja, but look at this. This is something you don't see a ton of here, GX. It's going to be that triple attacker composition.
Well, I see it plenty of times of ladder, so I'm sick to death of it already.
Yeah, true. Yeah, this isn't ladder though, so DFS Amethyst likely going to try to lock in some speedsters as we get into the later part. And yeah, that's exactly what they do. That final pick Dodrio to try to lock and kind of contain these attackers.
Yeah, the main target is going to be Zapdos. That mod has no ability options. It only has the one flash. Hopefully, it's going to be able to work together with that Crustle for Crustle to create some space with some Rock Tombs and X's or combinations. Zapdos is one of those mods that still has a very strong early game. It has been toned down a bit with the Discharge and the Zap Cannon, but it still does a lot of damage. As long as it has a lane partner that has secures, it should do fine in the early game and be set on the right path for mid to late. So, but we got to see.
We will certainly see. Yeah, triple attacker composition, always very scary, especially when you leave that last pick as that speedster. And I think Dodrio, definitely one of the more scary Pokemon to deal with, especially if it gets off to an early start. But let's get into it. Overall compositions, how are you feeling? Who do you think has the advantage here?
And as I alluded to earlier, early game, yeah, it's top team. Absolutely. You got the Zapdos, you got Mew. Those are early game little monsters. Mew with a light screen and Electro Ball here. Zapdos just doing a lot of damage to farm and enemy Pokemon alike. It's definitely going to be there for everybody initially. Got some late scalers over on DFs with Dragonite and Blastoise, so depending on how they set up, they could struggle a bit in the early game. But it's up to individual player skill level. So we got to see.
This is why we play the game. There's always that variable on the pilot driving those Pokemon. Let's get into game number 1 of our Swiss round 3. Dynasty gonna take that Zapdos down to the bottom path. This Grookey likely going to that central area, and it's gonna be a top path, maybe more of a supportive Mew.
Oh yeah, Mew's just attackers to me fundamentally are just there to support their team. They can lay cover fire, they can control mid space, they can just snipe with their extended range. They can pretty much do it all depending on what they pick. But down over here at the bottom lane, we're gonna have Zapdos already applying tons of pressure. We have Squirtle here trying to out-secure some forms with the water gun, but to no avail so far.
Sableye stealing a Citrus Berry and ejecting over the wall, getting themselves to safety, while Dodrio just kind of running amok right now, looking for a way in, coaching directly onto that Torchic. Gonna get caught in a blender there. Dragonair converging for that double KO. Dodrio getting credit for 1.
Yeah, DS is taking the early advantage. They're going to be very prepared for this 850 Bees gank over here. Greninja can only do so much. It's a single attack attacker, so it's going to have to single out somebody. But they're going to be able to rotate back. Coming into 850s, everyone's in position. It is a 3-on-3, and that's actually a 4-on-3. Miraidon rotated up.
Yeah, Miraidon coming up.
There's
to
a
the top
KO.
path. Big KO there, and Torchic again back into the Pokemon Center. Advantage DFS, right? They're going to grab all of that Altaria family for themselves and grab a couple of KOs to boot.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that play. Zapdos is pretty self-sufficient at the bottom, so they can just leave him there. The rest of the team's going to have to pretty much pick up the pieces here. Sableye coming in, providing disruption and a lot of vision for his team, something that Dodrio is going to need very badly so he can pick and choose its targets.
It's that Orange Juicers composition that Dodrio Sableye. Great pick there.
Whoa.
It gets the KO on the Torch. It's the 3rd time that chicken has gone to the coop. 27 points denied. Mew able to stop that score from going on in. But the bleeding continues. DFS Amethyst getting and racking up those KOs. Dynasty looking for an invade.
That's
Crustle
a big
going in
too.
on the Dragonair, but a dragon dancing around the arena. Avoids the KO, picks up the KO for DFS.
We have Greninja here, keeping his eye on a price for the Regidrago. He does manage to secure it, and they're going to return to neutral here. More fun's about to spawn up. I would like to note it's 0. Well, it was 0-0 for a long time, but we have the balance broken here. Dodrio getting some scores in. It's now 5-29.
Dragonite, not yet in the match. Still a Dragonair state of mind. Very close on the doorstep of that level 8 that they're looking for. 3v3 on the bottom path for this 720 birds. Here comes Greninja in, but Dragonite finally hits the map as Crustle tries to go on in. Charge Beam's going to connect on that Greninja. Now Hyper Beam, Dragon Dance hits the clones. That's a nice little juke there from Dynasty.
All right, so now something that's becoming very apparent here. We're about to approach the mid game. We have Miraidon and we have Dragonite with their Charge Beam and Hyper Beams respectively, so they're going to be able to outrange most of Purple Team's Dynasty. Only Mew can pretty much contest them at range with Solar Beam if it's out.
The Regieleki in the bottom pad, Dragonite starting to make their way, starting to chip it down a little bit, but vision grabbed from Dynasty. Sableye gonna meet the mix, meet their maker. Zapdos takes that KO. Hyper Beam, though, is true.
Hyper Beam,
gonna
secure.
get it. Crustle trying to run away, but the Charge Beam has too long of a range. Zapdos, it's actually Greninja that pays the revenge right there, and Mew able to help take that Regieleki. No harm, no foul. Dynasty able to secure those KOs.
Yeah, we have Greninja painted back in blood. Now he's going to rotate to center. Actually, they might make a play for a bottom here to see if they can generate more advantage. Zapdos is doing major damage here with all the electric terrain, with Thunderbolt, with a Zap Cannon, but it's going to get stuffed out by the Miraidon Charge Beam.
It's snuffed out. Greninja very low on HP, but no enough range to connect anything substantial. 65-5 as we near the halfway mark of this game. It's still been this Dodrio kind of fighting away from the crowd, has quietly crept up into that level 10. It's going to be very tough once it joins some of these team fights. Blaziken, Crustle grabbing some vision for Dynasty. We still have a top Reggie up here for the taking.
Speaking of what we still have both pads. We have everyone's pad. No one's lost the pad yet. That means there's a lot of upper grabs, and we have Dodrio taking advantage of that fact. There's a Saw Rock Tomb there. We have Blastoise stuff, and he gets KO'd for his troubles. And we have, oh, there is Greninja, Water Shuriken Ultimate, and a triple KO from Greninja?
Yeah,
let's go.
Not bad. That's going to give them a little bit of time and space. Registeel would be the objective of record here if they're able to get into it, and they do. Dragonite zoned completely out by the Crustle. Now they're going to try to siege this T1 goal zone. Defensive stand here from the Blastoise. Crustle going to pop that Rubble Rouser, going to Rock Tomb, X Scissor into the Dragonite. They take that KO. Blastoise also down. It's a double KO. Defenseless goal zone from the Zapdos, and Dynasty gets a big team win that they needed.
Yep, that balance is broken. We had Zapdos is like, hey, I have my ultimate. I'm going to score here right now. You cannot stop me.
Yeah, looking good. Now we have another Regieleki down in the bottom path. Blastoise v Blaziken, while Zapdos continuously puts pressure on that central area. And it's going to be this Sableye that gets a lot of vision there. Going to stun up the Zapdos now into the Charge Beam from the Miraidon. Gotta love that combination. Good communication from DFS as Regieleki is still untouched. Now Dynasty's starting to make their way towards it. Dragon Dance from the Dragon Knight. Water Burst Shuriken into the backline. Met by Hydro Typhoon. Huge plays. DFS Amethyst sending Pokemon all the way back to the Pokemon Center. Forces that Mythical Mirage from that Mew. Got to look for a secure.
It's not done yet. There's a Mew secure.
Huge.
Big secure. And they got Hellsmax, and he got the KO on Blastoise once again with that Solar Beam. He's got his eye on the prize. Take out that defender. Take out that guy creating all the space for his team.
Pretty big stuff here. This Mew's been looking pretty good for Dynasty. There's that Mewsid Auto into the Blaziken KO. Miraidon unable to really hold forth. The E-Ball trails it from
the Electric Ball snipe.
Blaziken somehow, some way is able to get away from this diving Blastoise.
And Blastoise is going to have to reach in here. Zapdos is like, hey, I want to know the score. And hold this. Mew, score it right now. 40 points, 9 points, then 30. Oh, they're actually going to leave it up, actually, for a more farm. Smart choice. As they come into the end game.
Very smart choice. Greninja, however, might not have been as smart there. DFS able to converge on that level 13 Greninja. That is a big KO at this stage of the game. 50 seconds until our first objective.
Yeah, Greninja doing a good job reaching level 13. That's one of your main objectives here. Just get all your moves online, get all the plus versions, get it. Just be prepared for the 2-minute mark. That's everyone's objective here. And Greninja did it first, and now he's actually even level 14. He's very well prepared for this test coming up.
Yeah, well fed, level 14. Sableye getting caught in a blender there. They are going back to the Pokemon Center. Not a big deal. Level 11 on that Pokemon. Not a ton of EXP yielded over to Dynasty for that, but you do not want to lose this near level 13 Blastoise. So they are going to go ahead and retreat back to their side of the map while Dynasty starts getting set up for our Groudon.
Yep, we have Groudon in 5. We have Crustle extending vision, creating choke points with Rock Tomb. We also have Sableye at the top, playing a bit of out angles, giving vision for Dodrio. They looks like they're going to be looking towards the 3 attackers with Mew, Zapdos, and Greninja. They're going to be playing next to each other. If they ever get dived, they can pretty much support each other with damage.
Zapdos going in, and this Blastoise actually 3v1, so Blastoise wisely retreats back to their side of the map. 32 points in from this Dodrio. In that T1, they're going to go ahead and break it, but DFS still down. Solar Beam's going to connect from the Mew. We're going to have some KOs found. Chaos Glower from the Sableye just to separate them, but Miraidon's going to be the only one that falls. Dynasty now on the offensive. Solar Beam from the Mew is going to connect. Greninja's going to have to retreat. Blastoise still able to do a lot, but now they are going to pay for it. Greninja goes down in the back line.
Yeah, big surprise, but like it's not the only Greninja now. We got there's the Hydro Typhoon. Blastoise holding down the line. Zapdos providing cover fire. Blastoise trapped again with all these Rock Tombs and the E-Ball and the boosted auto from UKO.
Big KOs there. Now Dragonite able to work on this Groudon a little bit, but they see the Crustle in tow. Hyper Beam's going to connect, send the Crustle back to the Pokemon Center. Dragonite now going to retreat. Miraidon looking for a KO on this Blaziken, and are able to successfully run away. Offensive stand, defensive stand for DFS Amethyst, and now we have even game in terms of KOs. 110, 191. We still need to find points if we're DFS. They're going to go for the Groudon instead of going for the goals. Getting pretty low.
Get that Hyper Beam ready.
Got to get the Hyper Beam ready. Solar Beam.
He got KO'd.
Oh, it goes.
Oh, yeah, they were ready for that guy. He got targeted. He is donezo now. Blastoise holding down the line, but he only has 18 seconds left, and he's already behind. They're just gonna call it here, save some energy, regroup, give some more time to discuss, and move on to this game too. Dynasty's taking game 1. Strong showing. That fight lasted a very long time. That balance wasn't even broken until the very end there.
Very, very, very well played. Very patient plays there from Dynasty, finding some KOs early, finding some space. And yeah, DFS Amethyst didn't even necessarily need to go for the Groudon there. I felt like they could have picked up some Aos energy and even tried to score with Dodrio just to, kind of put themselves in the lead. They weren't losing by more than 100. So they put the trust in the Dragonite to secure. Just unfortunately, the Greninja got the better of them.
Yeah, I was thinking they were just fake ripping so they could give at least Sableye or Dodrio a chance to back up. They weren't really down by much, and it's under the 2-minute mark, so it's just double time, so double the points. But regardless, we have Dynasty securing game 1, and if there's anything that triple attackers can do, is apply tons and tons of pressure.
A lot of pressure, yeah. I was kind of surprised that we're not seeing more numbers here from the Dodrio. I thought the Dragonite did kind of well. Unfortunately, yeah. Not as well as DFS kind of wanted that game to go. I did like the Dodrio, but I wonder if something more like a Leafeon could have done a little bit more there, because out of all the speedsters, Dodrio not always the type that can really lay on a ton of pressure unless it gets off to that really early start. I don't know. I liked overall the comp, but maybe swapping up the speedster could have been.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Leafeon would be an ideal pick because it has a stronger early game, which is what we were saying before. Dynasty just had that stronger early game. They had the Zapdos, it had the Mew. You could get massive damage, you could get early secures. But Dodrio's a late scaling mon, so it needs some time to get ready. Dodrio did a good job of getting its levels, but when it got its levels, it was mid game already. So everyone had their levels established, and they just went forward from there.
And we are going to get a little bit of information of what we're going to see in game number 2. DFS Amethyst going to go with a Kyogre map. They had the option to pick either pick side or side selection or the map selection. They chose map selection. They want to go back to Kyogre. Dynasty going to switch it up, though. They are going to go with that second pick option for this game. And, oh, wait, did I press the wrong one? I pressed the wrong one. No worries. But since we're going to Kyogre here, it is going to be a lot more grass. Everything's more fertile. Makes sense. There's a bunch more water as opposed to the desolate lands of the Kyogre map. I mean, the Groudon map, sorry. Mm-hmm. So that should be a safe haven for some attackers, but also more speedsters. They have more places to rotate to. That obscures vision. So let's see how things play out. Shall see. Game 2 definitely going to be DFS Amethyst to try to figure out what exactly went wrong in game number 1. It seemed like they had a decent control of the early game, but in some of their
as well as they could, actually.
Yeah, they played it really good. Some of the objectives
they played it pretty decent, given what they were up against.
Yeah, we'll certainly see. Yeah, we got the side switching, so I don't know. I feel like I've seen Zapdos quite a few times this evening, and every time I see it, it's incredibly powerful. So despite getting a lot of those nerfs, I feel like this might be one of those must-ban Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely agreed. I know some players are kind of moving off of it because it has an established weakness. It's an attacker at the end of the day, so you can dive it. It's just they're acting as a mage. I'm gonna throw this electrical field. It's gonna slow you down, and I'm gonna stun you with a Zap Cannon or something like that. So, but it's early game. That discharge is incredible. I feel like sometimes when it moves to Zap Cannon, it feels kind of like a downgrade in some ways. But due to discharge is early, straight up rip and secure, it's a problem. So I would like to see that ban coming here for Amethyst.
Absolutely. Well, let's get into our pick and ban phase with the side swapped. We are going to see this Psyduck going to be the first Pokemon banned, as well as likely this Charizard. Why I think very wise picks to ban. I think both of these Pokemon have been at the top of the meta, top of the encounter rates for quite some time. So very, very well played bans.
Yeah, Psyduck just strong, just out of the gate. Got banned 8 times in a row. Was still incredible. got some buffs again to revert some, like, return to some of its power and some warm glory, and now it's ban worthy again. So Psyduck's one of those lane bullies that just, it's so bulky and it just gets its passive, it gets so many procs of its moves over and over again, and just get it off the table. You don't have first pick, so like it's fine if you ban it. I definitely agree.
Indeed, yeah. We are going to see this Blaziken leave the map as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see the Surfetch, and we actually do. I think this is, kind of your usual suspects in your ban phase. I think these are kind of the Pokemon that are starting to define the meta. Blaziken, maybe not as much, but I think that is more so because Blaziken is just a very big power pick for a lot of people right now.
Yeah, Blaziken is just one of those monsters that will just never be banned, and it's a popular mon, so it's gonna be buffed again pretty soon. Just be patient. Be a little patient. It'll be back.
It's always back. It's like whenever Zoroark comes back, Zoroark will always be back, especially when you see it at the top of the top teams playing it. But we are gonna see Zapdos first pick once again. Very wise for DFS Amethyst, and it's gonna get countered here by this Mew Mamoswine though.
Yeah, another early game monster in Mamoswine. The more it attacks, the bulkier deck it gets, more defense and more special defense. It has wonderful security, it has wonderful mobility. This mon could just do it all, and it looks like it's going to be running the Earthquake and Ice Sphinx set. So let's see which mons are going to be able to capitalize off of the openings Mamoswine brings to the table.
Yeah, we'll see. Dragonite, Blastoise. This is going to be very familiar drafting phase here for DFS, which is kind of what they put out in our game number 1. Unfortunately, didn't work out quite to their liking. Dynasty feeling very confident with this triple attacker. You're slotting Mew as more of that supporter type of role. We'll see what they line up with that last pick, but we are going right back to the well of this Dodrio Sableye.
Let's see. It looks like they're gonna. I don't know if they're gonna lock in on regular Lucario. They just might be looking for a particular all-arounder. It looks like they want a brawler sometime, but it actually just might be Lucario, just someone to brawl with, that Zapdos in the back.
I don't
it looks like they're gonna lock in regular Lucario. Yeah, it has to be E-Speed. It just Mega Lucario wasn't banned, and like if you're doing close combat power punch, you just pick Mega Lucario because why wouldn't you?
Yeah. 1000%. And you also see that, right? You see the full heal as well as the weakness policy. Something that you normally see, weakness policies, Razor Claw, something that you normally see on those E-Speed Lucario. So it's kind of one of those telltale signs there. But I think the thing that I'm most interested in is if we're going to see a Snipe Shot Inteleon or if we're going to see Liquidation. Given that we have that Dodrio and Sableye, I would imagine we see Liquidation, but you never know.
Yeah, they might just want to keep the Snipe Shot to keep that Zapdos in check. If it's taking a lot of damage, it just naturally has to walk back. And if it's walking back, a main damage dealer, the rest of the team kind of has to walk back to support it. And that means Dynasty can take more space.
Let's get into this game. I really do like this Lucario pick at the end. I think one thing when you have kind of a brawly comp that's going to kind of center around this Blastoise and Dragonite, I think it could work really well. When you get a little bit spread out, it could be a little bit problematic, especially if Dodrio is not, with the team and kind of off in no man's land. You don't have as many Pokemon to combo that extreme speed with.
Yeah, I do like the composition Dynasty has. I'd imagine Greninja's going to be the jungler once again, and if it gets invaded, which it very likely will be, they have plenty of good monsters to appeal for it. They got the Mamoswine, they got the Mew, they got the Inteleon if need be, they got Lucario, they got a lot of strong helpers. So let's see what happens.
Well, they got game number 2 on deck here. Zapdos going down towards that bottom path. It's going to be Dragonite in the central area for DFS, so a little bit of a switch up here in game number 2. Sableye going immediately for an invade on Dynasty side of the map.
Here I come. I am Sydney, man. Look at it. Yeah, going straight for that bottom right there. Oh, he didn't go for the secure there. He went straight for damage there. And he is level 3, so he's going to be able to keep contesting.
Yeah, and some invisibility as well. So they're going to at least slow down this Froakie from getting it. So far, has not been quite fruitful, unable to secure any bits of wild Pokemon away from this Froakie, but they have stalled it out a little bit. There's still this one final potential attempt. They're going to go for the Fierce Sun. Unfortunately, went on to the substitute clone. So good plays there from this Froakie, and they get evolved. But here comes Dragonair. Are they going to be able to get the...
Another Dragonair.
No, not in time.
Retreat, retreat. He's gonna be able to get a berry there. This is Kyogre, so there's gonna be a lot of berries in the center.
A lot of berries, 850 birds though on deck, and now here comes Vitopo going immediately for this Greninja, currently a Frogadier. Dodrio gets a KO on the Frogadier, make it a double. They get that Lucario, and now Mew caught in a blender of 4 Pokemon. DFS Amethyst getting off to a quick start.
Yep, and that's a good start. That means it's back to invading, back to jungle inspecting. Greninja's gonna have to work quick though.
They really do, because the Sableye is kind of a little bit of a pest right now. Level 5 already and just living on the right side of the map. And now Dodrio has also joined the fray. E-Ball is going to connect on them, slow them down for the time being. But no Pokemon in the central area, no wild Pokemon. They're going to go immediately for this Lucario. Going to get caught again. 3 Pokemon converge. Dodrio finds the KO. Musted Auto into the E-Ball. Not enough damage, though.
Yeah, we have Amethyst really valuing winning the top lane as hard as possible. So we're gonna have Sableye. Sableye's just constantly pestering him, giving a lot of good vision for his team. And we usually have Dragonite, which will soon become a Dragonite, and we have Dodrio's like, oh, there's only these Pokemon here. I think I could move in on that. I think this is a good push.
Oro able to get that Regidrago for Dynasty. Also holding 30 Eos energy and that score speed buff. They could potentially go for a score if they want to, but good defense here for DFS as these 720 birds start to come in. We do have this Inteleon for Dynasty.
With the Ice Fang.
And they are Snipe Shot going to connect there on the Sableye and some boosted autos. Not enough though. Piloswine goes back to the Pokemon Center. DFS Amethyst gets a lot of value.
Oh yeah, these Snipe Shots are going to start to hurt. These guys want to keep their range advantage, keep these Mons in check, keep them honest.
Yeah, it's going to be Regieleki down in this bottom path. DFS going to go immediately for it, just going to try to rip this off the map. Still no scores in for Dynasty. Hyper Beam secure there. Vision grabbed from the Sableye. Zapdos still looking for a way in. Snipe Shot a little bit low, unable to hit the mark. Dragonite holding the A down. Also connects big Hyper Beam, chunks down Mew. But yeah, unable to get the KO yet.
Sableye and Dodrio double teaming this Greninja, and they do get the K on it with a Hyper Beam from Dragonite.
Yeah, not bad plays here. We still have Inteleon defending against that Regieleki, does able to take that off of the map, 1v1, and the attackers down there, Inteleon v Zapdos. Well, there's still this Regiroulette to be had up in the top path. Sableye grabbing vision for DFS, while Dragonite comes to the fray, has
making
a buff.
Him superstitious.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good right now for DFS.
Yeah, right now we still have no pads broken. There's going to be a lot of form up for grabs. So right now there's going to be another push towards the top. We have Blastoise bullying this other defender in Piloswine.
Yeah, Piloswine goes down bottom path, going pretty well here for Dynasty. They take out the Zapdos. Now they're making their move towards this T1. Unite move from the Inteleon to make sure they snuff out any Pokemon hiding in the tall grass. Another 30 points in or so. More stacks in for this Greninja.
Oh, yeah, this is a stacking Greninja.
Yeah, but we're going to find even more. Chaos Glower is going to connect, but Dynasty unable to capitalize outside of the Sableye. Lucario into the Flux Zone, but they're going to pay for it. Zapdos takes that KO.
Zap Cannon KO. He had the Flux advantage, so he was able to capitalize off of it. Good stuff for him. We have Blastoise coming in straight towards the Greninja. Greninja's going to have to ult away, backing up. Gets caught by the Hyper Beam. Mew ults, getting ready for a Solar Beam. Actually, an Electro Ball with a boosted.
Great surf. Hydro Typhoon connects.
Hydro Typhoon.
Mamoswine avoids it with their Unite move. Zapdos still pressing forward. Going to try to 1v2 against this Mamoswine. Nice surf once again from this Blastoise. Lucario behind enemy lines gets picked off. 3 members there. Snipe Shot unable to hit the Zapdos. Zapdos just nearly walking away, maybe flying away, as we get another Regieleki down in this bottom half.
Yeah, Zapdos was a key figure in making like that push possible. He had his ult as like, hey, Dragonite, it's time to score. I'm about to hold this pad, wait for 5 hits, and go right in.
Dragonite has the full ability to rip this objective off the map. Dynasty wants nothing to do with it. Instead, they're going to play for the top. Get some points in up here, 17. immediately after that 25, as well as another 10 from this Lucario. But here comes Dodrio, going to try to take down the Greninja. Instead, they get a double team instead. And Sableye going to grab some vision. Regieleki trying to push towards this T2 goal zone. Here comes Zapdos along with Dragonite. Mamoswine, Ice Fang connects. Snipe Shot unable to hit the mark. Dragonite able to Hyper Beam away.
There's
and
that surf
Mamoswine goes
push
down. Oh, Regieleki finds its home, and DFS takes full advantage, breaking T2.
Win Con is now available. If that Regieleki walks at base one more time uncontested, they could just score and not even do the Kyogre fight. They got options here, which is what they want here.
It's absolutely what they want, especially with a Dodrio and Sableye, two Pokemon that can score almost at will based on their passive abilities. But another Regiroulette up in the top path. Lucario caught in the enemy central area. Dodrio able to earn themselves a KO there. DFS mostly going to allow this Registeel to get captured by Dynasty. Dynasty going to just really have to focus on grabbing as many levels as possible. Mamoswine almost gets caught out, but a nice little coaching there from Mew.
Oh no, he got caught.
He got him.
He got
A little bit
spooked.
of greed. A little bit of greed.
Thought you had me, huh? Take this.
Yeah. Oh, that was rough there. I thought Sableye might have been able to get it, but maybe a little bit greedy there in the moment.
I mean, I respected it. The
Yeah.
KO's a KO there. All right, we're going to have Amethyst taking center positioning here. Pretty early. I like it. They need to have some vision. They want to secure this area early. Looks like they're going to be moving towards bottom here. They're going to have a split push. We're going to have our back capper. It's going to have Dodrio, and we're going to have Sableye. Maybe moving in towards the back cap. No, they're going to move in toward a flank. It's 225. Kyogre fight's about to happen. It's about to go down.
Yeah, DFS actually had a potential for this basement Reggie, but they're actually going to vacate completely and really just get themselves set up for this Kyogre. They don't want to give up too much information. Sableye does spot out where this Inteleon is. Inteleon misses the Fell Stinger because it connects onto the Sableye, but they get caught out. Both Dodrio and Sableye down.
Oh, no.
Dynasty on the offensive. This is their time to
Rip
shine.
City.
Unite move from the Inteleon, going to start ripping through this Kyogre. Unite move from Blastoise, going to separate a couple Pokemon. There goes Lucario. There goes the rest of DFS. Dynasty secures the Kyogre.
Yep, once Dodrio and Sableye were gone, it's just a 5v3, and there's 3 attackers on that 5, so you're pretty much done.
Very rough showing here for DFS. More points in, 424, 318. Game's not over yet, though. We'll see what it can do. Snipe Shot's going to connect on the Sableye. Chaos Glower. No shields, no buffs stolen away just yet. Zapdos does get the Muse buff, so it's not over till it's over, GX.
Yep. No, it's looking harder and harder. Time's running out. Mammal's trying to do as best it can. There's that Hyper Beam secure. But there's another Surf. There's more scores here. And a Snipe Shot. Yeah, they're just using up a lot of time. They got to get these. They got to get this ball rolling. There's already 3 down. They have to wait for them to make a substantial push. And the gap keeps widening.
35, double it, make it 70, as well as another 46 from Inteleon. It's going to be a very tall task here for DFS. And Dynasty coming back in some of these games. Great pressure, finding those KOs on both the Dodrio and the Sableye. Some aggressive positioning for DFS Amethyst. It kind of bites them in the end.
Yeah. Amethyst was doing a really good job. They were like breaking pads. They were getting scores. They were getting KOs. They had the level lead, but just when that double flank failed, that was all she wrote.
Yeah, very unfortunate. We get press on forward and get some additional stats here in these last few moments. Dynasty just very well played, very poised there at the end. I would have really, GX, I would have really loved to see a DFS go for that basement Reggie at the end. And, you talked about the mid game when they broke that T2. It was a potential win condition, and they had a T1 goal zone of their own. They just vacated completely.
Yeah, I think they wanted to use it I'd imagine, just my guess here, they wanted to use there's no defenses, there's no goal pads at the bottom. Regieleki is about to spawn up in a couple of seconds. You guys at Dynasty, you have to be here. So, and they were, which allowed Sableye and Dodrio to kind of flank them, but they were about to get a pick on Inteleon, and Dodrio had a chance to ult to get the KO, get a good target, and get himself to safety, and so the rest of his team can rotate in and clean up. But he didn't pull the trigger yet, so that looks like that costed them. That one indecision there kind of costed them. If you're gonna like make plays like that, if you're gonna like have Reggie Lakey be available and like just not fully play off of it, then like what are we doing here? You know what I mean?
Very true. Very true. Final 792 for Dynasty, 318 for DFS Amethyst. Looking at the damage numbers, kind of a lot of what I expected. I thought this Greninja was going to pop off. They certainly did. 87k, only 47k taken. I was honestly surprised that we went Snipe Shot on the Inteleon, but honestly, it worked out really well when you're able to hit those Snipe Shots. They still hit like a truck.
Yeah, we basically have like the three attackers. We have the Inteleon, we have the Move, then we have the Greninja. They are like playing around each other, so like it's gonna be hard for any one person to walk in, and they just have the range advantage. So if you're gonna walk in, you're gonna be taking a lot of damage first, and like you're gonna take even more damage because you have like Inteleon snipe shotting you. If you get too low, then you gets the E-ball you, or you get Surf Greninja. So they have to be very wary of like how they approach.
Yeah, very wary indeed. Yeah, good stuff there in game number 1 and 2 of our set number 3 of Underdunk number 75. But with that said, we are going to hit a quick break while we get set up for our next match, which we don't know what it's going to be yet. We may be able to catch a game 3 of one of the other sets if they do go to it, or we may have to just fast forward into our round number 4. But with that said, we are going to take a quick break, so don't go too far, folks. More Underdunk 75 will be back very soon. And apologies for the wait. Thanks everybody for the patience while we got our last round set up. We are going into round number 4. I need to update the top right corner of your screen. We are going to see Saved versus Phantom Thieves here for our final set. I do believe right now, based on the standings, neither one of these teams, well, I guess maybe one of these teams potentially could be the winner, but I think depends on how the final points stand out and how it goes. But either way, Saved was our champion last week, our Underdunk 74 champion. Potentially could come back here, though.
They're looking for a repeat performance, fighting for that immortal glory, at least for the week.
Yep. Yeah, immortal glory. Post on our Twitter, a little code, not a code, but a little icon, a little badge in the Discord server, as well as in our overlays. You might have seen it during the break. We have a little immortalization winners of the week graphic that will create nice little Photoshop action. But I believe we are going to see Saved. They are going to be on the second pick, and we are going to see the Groudon map here for our first game. So I'm excited to see. We've seen kind of a little bit of a hodgepodge. We've seen some Kyogre. We've seen some Groudon. Even in our first set of the evening, we actually saw 2 different Rayquaza games, but we are going to go back to the Groudon map here in game 1.
People actually pick Rayquaza? Animals.
I know.
They like that thing?
And some people are masochists, I guess.
They're weirdos. Can't wait for them to like actually readjust it, where like if you defeat someone with the buff, you actually get the buff for yourself. They need to make that update stat.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool if we saw it. Let's see, Blastoise, Zapdos already getting banned here from Phantom Thieves. Save banning the Surfetch as well as that Mega Charizard Y. So again, a lot of the usual suspects that we've seen a majority of the evening. Psyduck getting that last ban. We've seen it getting picked first a ton of times today.
Yeah, Psyduck is an early game and lane bully, so if you're not going to be able to get it first, just get it off the board.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
Umbreon, and then immediately countered by Blissey, Suicune for save. So normally we don't see a ton of Blissey in the current meta. I still think it's one of the better supporters in the game right now. But yeah, not getting a ton of play, but we'll see how Saved wants to line up this support pick, likely with some sort of damage carry.
Yep, it won't be Suicune. It's going to be another damage carry. Probably, well, I hope it's not Moltres. That one's banned.
Yeah.
It might be... Mimikyu's a very strong candidate, so I think they're actually going to hone in on that one. Mimikyu actually gets through. I noticed in some games, people like tend to ban Mimikyu in games that I've been a part of. It's such a strong all-arounder. Gets to move in and out. It has iframes to preserve its, maintain its life. And it has the bound property with its ult, which is actually a very strong feature. Not only a handful of mons even have that. You have like the Charizards, you have Slowbro, and you have like Serena. Those are like the only ones.
Yeah, not a ton of bounded Unite moves, but definitely one that can be really valuable, shutting down one of those big carries. And you have 3 of them that Phantom Thieves kind of has here, right? You have that Dragapult that recently got buffed and has been kind of terrorizing the ranked environment. Greninja getting buffed a couple patches ago, and then the man that needs no introduction, that Mega Lucario that has been top of the meta for some time.
Yeah, well, all these attackers, we are in the attacker meta. We're starting to move away from the Mega meta. We're like on the tail end of it. We only have the last couple of bastions of it in like Mega Lucario and Mega Charizard Y, and those are only like 2 ones like left. Everyone else is kind of stabilized. You know, you have your Mewtwo's X and Y, you have Charizard X, you have your Gyarados. They've stabilized in the meta, so they're A-okay now.
I love this combination here for Saved. You got the Blissey Garchomp, kind of a classic combination. I wouldn't be super surprised if we see something like a Safeguard Helping Hand Blissey. There's not a ton of crowd control from Phantom Thieves, but still having the boosted with the boosted autos from the Helping Hand, as well as just making sure that Garchomp doesn't get stunned by anything, maybe except for a mean look. Well-timed Safeguard could still be able to prevent the Nima from going. But I still love
it
this
actually
combination.
cleanses it. Oh, yeah, it's true. That is an interaction.
Yeah. Yeah, it has to be perfectly timed almost. It's a very, very brief moment that it can cleanse it, but yeah, definitely a skill shot. We'll see how it works out.
Basically, like when he first just actually stares at you, like there's like a little visual cue. That's the portion to cleanse it with like a full heal or like a safeguard, for example.
Well, this is going to be round. I need to change that. I still have not changed round 3 to round 4. There we go. Now we fixed it. Now we fixed it. Phantom Thieves going to be on your purple side. Saved going to be on your orange side. We are going to send that Lucario up to the top path. Central area, though, is going to be that Dragapult. No surprises there for me.
Yeah, Lucario is going to have to pay special attention to this Gibble. Gibble doesn't have like the best secure, but it just wants to chomp away at you. He just wants to put a lot of damage and a lot of pressure on the mod in question trying to get these secures. So, speaking of secures, we're gonna have an Electro Ball Mew going in right away, waiting to get the secure here, and it actually loses it to the Greninja here on the lane. Good stuff with the bubble. Bubble's a 2 hits, and I believe it's been patched in, or it's been buffed in this recent patch.
Yeah. Kind of split a little bit of that. You see the Eos Energy, both teams holding 16
Dragon
total.
Dance!
Dragon Dance, Dragapult, though.
Double KO, dancing on grabbing the berries, too.
Oh, and they're also going to maybe lower this Mimikyu a little bit. Another stolen berry. Mimikyu, though, able to get the last laugh against that Lucario. Also going to pick up that Alchemy. Dragapult going to run away while they can.
Yeah, well, now it's just Dragapult up here doing the 850. It won't be able to secure any of this farm. It's going to be all Mimikyu, and yep, there it is.
Mimikyu already level 5, Dragapult level 6 because of those 2 KOs being on the more damage-centric Pokemon. Gibble's still playing pretty far forward. Blissey looking for a nice little stack here, able to secure it in. Now eclipsing that level 5 mark that Gibble just has not been able to find. Met by this Mega Lucario, might get Meteor Mash to the face. There's another boosted auto into the
there
KO.
it is.
There we go. Mega Lucario now level 5.
Yeah, Gibble's just not a bot until basically level 5 when it's a bite. So until then, it's just an NPC.
Frogadier still also not online. Mega Lucario doing very well up in this top half. Level 5 for themselves. This Dragapult has also done quite well. Level 7. Now you have a Regidrago in the central area. Save starting to zone them out. Mew here. Get it a coaching onto JD. Here comes Frogadier. Pops that X attack. And Suicune able to get away to safety, but Dragapult able to take out the Mew, able to take out the Mimikyu, stacking up these Dragon Dance combo. That's a 3 KO, make it a 4 KO streak here, nearing level 9.
Quad. That is a handsome one, and it got the objective to boot. It's level 9 at 730.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. That bottom pad is hid. It's time. Get all this farm. Get all this farm. It all belongs to you. Maybe he's got to do something fast.
Be very careful, though. You don't want to get caught out here. Dragon Dance frozen solid because of the Suicune
almost
into the Mew. Right there. Yeah, and that's what I mean. You got to be very careful. You don't want to yield this lead that they've gained early by one unfortunate positioning. Now we have a Reg Ice. Phantom Thieves already making their move on it. Here comes Mimikyu. Nice stun there. Dazzling Gleam from the Alchemy. And now this Dragapult once again. Another Dragon combo.
Quad. Ace.
Do we get a 5?
5? Yep.
Holy. Yeah, this is over. Maybe not.
Oh, no.
Did Alchemy steal that? That's mean.
Yeah. Yeah, it was Dragon Dancing pretty much off the map or just couldn't be hit anymore. That is... I mean, it works, but oh my goodness, that is cheese.
14 points would leave this at 3. We'll see if Suicune allows any of that to go in. 5 points allowing Greninja to stack up one more time. Mystical Mirage is going to help Mew avoid some of that damage. Good Surf there to separate themselves, but still Dragapult able to chase them down. Shadow Sneak, Shadow Tag from the Mimikyu misses the mark, and they're going to have to peel back towards their Speed Flux Zone. All the while, this Regieleki walking towards this T1 goal zone. Mega Lucario looking for a KO on this Garchomp. Close combat. Not going to be enough just yet. This goal zone on the bottom side down.
Yeah, we got the Alchemy ult to sustain their life for especially this Dragapult is on a tear right now. I don't even want to think about how many kills it has. It's already level 12 at the 530 mark. Looks like they're going to have to back off here. They don't want to give away this amazing lead that they have. They don't want to give off this levels. The score is 252 to just 4. Phantom Thieves in a handsome lead.
Indeed. Very good halfway through. Save just kind of holding that bottom pad. They don't want to yield up any more goal zones, but look at the tempo here. Phantom Thieves pressing forward, taking some central area Pokemon if they can. Shadow Tag directly onto him. This could be the time. There's that play with me. Save has to follow up. Dragon combo from this Garchomp is going to take out that level 12 Dragapult. Trying to do another Dragon combo, but great peel here from the Greninja. Blissey Unite move, and now it's actually Phantom Thieves that comes out ahead here with the triple KO of their own.
Yeah, it was really good that Garchomp got the pick on the Dragapult, got some much needed levels. It was very behind, but like Greninja just there with a clapback to like dissuade all this extra pressure that was about to befall them. So yeah, they got 2 issues there: a level 12 Greninja and a level 12 Dragapult coming into the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, it's kind of a back and forth. Save get a little bit of experience by taking that Dragapult, but yields it all right back. And now Mimikyu in a little bit of a bind here.
This is
Mystical
damage.
Mirage once again just to avoid this Dragapult, and Saved does get away to safety. Some eggs for these trying times. Going to heal up the Mimikyu.
Yeah, this is going to be a combo I'm going to see Mew going to do at the 2-minute mark, and ult into a Surf, trying to scoop somebody in towards the Mimikyu. It just didn't work out this time, but it will next time. I can feel it.
Mimikyu shadow tags onto the Dragapult, but look at the way that they are protecting their president. It's done quite a great job so far. Another KO here. Skeleton Pie is going to take 1. They're going to look to take 2. They do. Mimikyu meets them with a play with me, and all that experience from the Greninja goes right back to save. But look at the tempo once again. Regieleki not even able to walk in that T2. That's going to start walking towards this home goal zone. Dragon combo from this Garchomp, but they're going to meet their doom. Another double KO for this Dragapult, and saved. They are falling down like flies.
Yeah, Regieleki walking in at the 320 mark. If it walks into here, this might be just game over right here, and it's about to. No one's defending it. It's in for the next 20 seconds. That goal is defenseless.
Lucario with 41 Eos energy. They're going to try
to score it? Can he score it?
Can he score it? Is going to be
the he attacked!
Question. Oh, he does!
Got it. He got it. He got it. He got it. Time to go. Time to bounce, son.
That was honestly kind of criminal, being able to get off on 1 HP like that with those close combat. And now Mimikyu might have bit off more than they can chew. Ooh, they go down. Alchemy gets the benefit of that KO. Another This Dragapult is insane.
Yeah, it just hasn't stopped. It's just doing all this cleanup with Dragon Dance and its ult. Like, there's another cleanup right there. There goes Garchomp not being able to play here. At the 225 mark, we have Phantom Thieves taking full control of this side of the map.
Yeah, I don't even know what you do if you're saved right now. You're losing by 400 plus points. You've been completely boxed out, and now we have a little bit of an ambush being set up here. Phantom Thieves looking for some offense, but actually a great play there from Save. The Suicune doing a good job stunning a couple.
Yeah, excellent bush check. That was very important to check at that position, because if you walked in recklessly, that is just another wipe right there, and the game is over.
Groudon has hit the map. Save looking to bring back some points into that T1, but the rip is on. Phantom Thieves just full sending this. There's the Unite move from the Greninja onto the Suicune. Immediately erased. Looking for the secures. Easy pickings. Phantom Thieves takes the Groudon, takes 2 KOs. Mew, Mystical Mirage back to base, but 3 members down for Save.
That was an interesting play Save did. Looks like they sent members to score on top to force an option from Phantom Thieves, but Phantom Thieves got a ton of rip. But we also had Greninja with the forethought to, hey, there's a Suicune over there with an ult. I just have to just cut off that option right here and now. And then that's exactly what he did. They covered all their bases.
Honestly, it felt like Saved was like trying to bait Phantom Thieves into a rip, and or like to bring them up to the T1, but instead Phantom Thieves just said, well, let's just go ahead and rip. So kind of called the bluff. Yeah, kind of called the bluff.
Yeah, like, they got Greninja and they got Dragon Bolt. Dragapult, they're just gonna rip that to shreds.
Yeah, it's 16.
They're just gonna rip it to
KOs.
shreds.
16 KOs.
1-6.
I mean, you gotta ban this thing, right? Like, you gotta ban this thing. That was insane.
118k damage dealt. I would like to note that the Alcremie got 18 assists. I am a fan of assists. It's very important. A lot of cleansing, a lot of bailing out their attackers. It was a pivotal cog in this engine.
Yeah, I mean, Skeleton Pie also doing pretty well for themselves. 67k, only took 23. And Lucario, 83, 39. And also 32k healed by Lucario, which I think, thanks to a lot of the healing from the close combat, surely.
Those punches, they hurt and they reset. They only reset on actual people, but that's not a problem for this Lucario.
Yeah, not even a little bit. So we do have a little bit of information of what we'll see in game number 2 saved. Going to be going on that second pick side once again. And we are going to see Phantom Thieves once again choose the Groudon. So we are going to have a bit of a run back here, at least for our side selection and our map of choice. So not a whole lot of change from either of these teams, but GX, I very much think that the drafting phase is going to be changed a bit.
Get rid of this Dragapult. Get rid of it now. Do it now, please.
Yeah, I can't imagine that we let that thing stay up. Or maybe we're taking it away, or maybe we figure out a way to maybe try to slow it down, maybe bring out an invader to kind of slow that level 5 and in that snowballing. So, I mean, there's a lot of options. Pretty cool stuff. Thank you for the anonymous gifter to gift Pabbles a T1 sub. Appreciate it. Hopefully this anonymous gifter is going to enjoy their Pokemon Unite ACL Twitch badge that I believe you get when you
gift unsung subs, hero,
which is pretty cool. Which I think is pretty cool. Yeah, unsung hero.
Yeah. Yeah, going back to the Dragapult for a second, I'm surprised that Save didn't pick any speedsters to kind of deal with these core attackers in Greninja and Dragapult. It looks like they were relying a little too hard on just Mimikyu to do all that.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment for sure. I feel like Mimikyu does a pretty good job of it, but the way that Phantom Thieves was kind of setting themselves up for all that was the second that Mimikyu shadow tagged the Dragapult, you just saw everybody hover around Dragapult to make sure that Mimikyu couldn't do any further damage. So, I think a Speedster would have been good. Speedster would have been good. I love the Suicune. I love the Suicune. I thought that worked.
That's
really
always
well.
a good pick.
But yeah, just they didn't have really anything to slow down this Dragapult at all.
Nothing like Gengar, or maybe even a Zeraora would have been like fantastic. Or a Rapidash to ult it in place. Anything.
Yeah, that could have been good. I like a good Galarian Rapidash from now and again. I think it could be pretty fun. Also, thank you, Black Bear Tick, for the raid. Hope your stream went well. I'm not sure if you were playing Unite, but feel free to raid and run if you need to. We are in our last and final set here of Underdunk 75, our round 4 of Swiss, and I hope everybody's having a good rest of your Thursday evening. And let's get into our band pick phase, GX. We got Blastoise, Zapdos, Charizard, and Sirfetch'd so far.
Yeah, the usual students in detention. Their sentence is not quite over.
I like that one. I always like finding like fun ways to say the bands, because I like that. Students in detention. Yeah. They have done wrong. They are in jail per se. Saved actually. Okay, I was gonna say, are they gonna let this be a no ban? No. We are gonna see potential for this Dragapult once again, and these bans are pretty much the same.
Take the Dragapult, please.
No.
Take it from them, or have a speedster ready. Something, anything. You know it's coming.
I mean, I fear this Blissey might not be the pick. I don't know. Maybe like you figure out a different supporter, because I feel like this Dragapult was just doing too much. The eggs were not healing as much as they probably would have liked. So if you're going to play Blissey, I think maybe going Safeguard Helping Hand instead of the egg build could be a little bit better because I feel like Blissey is good with eggs if you have a lot of range damage dealers and poke, not A pressers.
Yep, agreed. Looks like they're gonna have a Zacian here. That's always a safe pick. Zacian always has the option to just rip objectives all by itself and secure it. There's no one really there to stop it from doing that, like a Buswell, for example, or someone with the bound property. So looks like they're gonna have. Looks like that. Look, there's the speedster right there. They understood the assignment. Yeah. They're gonna have someone, and there's Zero Aura, the one I recommended too. It's like they're listening.
Yeah, I like this. I like this pivot from them, right? I think the speedster will do really well into some of these picks. I think you just need someone that can just dive onto them before they ramp up. And I think Zero Aura, I wouldn't be super surprised if we saw like a wild charge just as something to lock onto the Dragapult.
Yes,
yeah,
iframes.
Yeah,
definitely. A core piece of this is going to be that Inteleon. And Inteleon could get a good, I want to see Snipe Shot. If he could get a good early damage on one of those attackers, and Zero Aura just comes in for cleanup. And it would be able to burst it very quickly if it got hit with a Snipe Shot first.
Yeah, I like this. I like this composition. I think a lot better. I think it'll work a little bit better than.
It looks to be a key interaction in this upcoming game too.
I wonder if we will see eggs once again. I like eggs a little bit better in this match because you don't really have a Pokemon outside of maybe Zacian that would benefit from the helping hand, but still. I don't know. I feel like a different supporter could have also just been, maybe a little bit more beneficial against an A presser.
Static was already banned. Maybe like Trick Hoopa or
I agree.
Well, hell, even a Wigglytuff would sing.
Trick Hoopa was kind of what I was thinking because or even like Eldegoss to some extent, right? A little bit of additional pressure, but let's get into game 2, GX. Phantom Thieves going to be on your purple side. Saved going to be on your orange side once again, and we are going to send Skeleton Pie down to the bottom path on that break.
Yeah, we're going to have this Umbreon trying to get a level 4 as soon as possible. It's going to be a very coveted Mean Look. Looks like it, or it might even do Foul Play. There is some key physical attackers there. They got the Zacian, they got the Zero Aura. So yeah, might even go Foul Play. But Mean Look is a safe pick. Let's see what it can get soon here.
See, and you have JD looking to play a little bit forward, trying to steal away some of that wild Pokemon away from Phantom Thieves. That adventure was unsuccessful, unfruitful, but it did prevent Phantom Thieves from pressing forward to steal some of Save's wild Pokemon. Now, 2v2 in the top pad. Zero Aura starting to head up.
Yeah, Lucario's going to have the advantage here. He can just displace Farm very easily with Comet Punch. But we have Zero Aura going in, trying to get Slash there, getting a major damage, but it's going to have to push back the Zero Aura. He almost got the quick attack pickup, but it couldn't quite get it. If the jungler was up here up top, it might have been a different story.
We are going to go Spark on the Zero Aura. We are going Safeguard here. So I love this pivot from Save. I think it's working really well already. A little bit of an advantage up here. And they also got a pretty decent advantage on the bottom path as you see Froakie goes down and you don't really get what you needed out of your Dragapult.
So yeah, Zero Aura is going to be going Spark, so I would imagine you're going to go Wild Charge with it to be very mobile. Tries that Rock Tomb on that Froakie. He's going to have to back up here, leaving all the farm there for saved.
And Zero Aura still playing with quite a bit of tempo, staying on the left side of the map. Hasn't gone back for their own central area, trying to prioritize that level 7. 3 points in for this Blissey. And the Zacian's still doing pretty well in their own right. Now they're going to take away some of the wild Pokemon on their top side of the map.
Yeah, I'm going to leave the Alchemy there just for vision's sake. Dragapult's right behind it, lying in wait. It's about to make its move. We have Lucario going in, and yep, there is the Dragon Dash trying to get a reset. There it is. Next Dragon Dash already in progress, grabbing both berries and getting major damage. Here comes Zero Aura, and it is pissed.
Oh,
KO on the Dragapult.
That's exactly why you pick Zero Aura here. Dazzling Gleam gonna stun up a pair of saved members. Snipe Shot is true. Yep. Hits the Alchemy, sends them back to the bakery. 27 points looking to go in for the Zero Aura, denied by this Lucario. Once again, Safeguard couldn't connect. We have the Spark. Here comes the Wild Charge. There goes the Lucario, and Umbreon gonna just try to hold this T1, but so far unsuccessful.
Yeah, Zero Roach is in there doing its thing. There is a big Metal Claw from the Zacian, and oh, Creamy with the stun and kills over there. Zero Roach is going to have to retreat, getting a little bit bailed out by the Seiko from Blissey to get away from this Lucario. Lucario is dangerous right now. We're going to have Inteleon getting a snipe shot ready to probably secure this farm here. Yep, there it is.
Is there Aura looking to get the KO on this Umbreon?
Yeah, it's an ult.
Oh, Plasma Gale reigns true. They're going to take the KO.
And a double KO.
Iframes to keep them upright. They go down, though. Umbreon gets the best of them, but Saved able to score a ton of Eos energy in this T1 goal zone. They're going to leave this goal at 1.
That is a good trade for Zero Aura. Only the Umbreon got the experience, which is like, it's fine, it's Umbreon. You don't want Dragon Ball getting that experience or anyone else. So, good stuff.
Still Regidrago in the central area as well. All 3 objectives up at the same time. Greninja's starting to make their way towards this bottom goal zone. It is a Registeel. You have Crustle here as well. I'm trying to slow the pace down. Skeleton Pie looking for a secure. So is JD. Eject button into the X-Scissor. Stuns him into the wall. Snipe shot from downtown. Takes the Registeel. Saved. Gets a big objective, but trades it for the Regieleki on the top side.
Backup came up quick. I didn't even notice them. I was also entranced by this Crustle. Coming in, we getting eject with an X-Scissor.
And massive overcaps, too, in the bottom side. 38 points there. Phantom Thieves, though, returns the favor, breaks the top side goal, but they're still down in points. Regidrago stolen once again. Phantom Thieves pays the price. They're going to steal that away from Save.
Name appropriate. They did thieve it like a Phantom.
True. Honestly, great. Oh, and this
resets with the Dragon Dance.
Jeez, that's not what you want to see right now if you're Saved, giving up some of that XP over to that Dragapult. Level 11 now. Another Dragon Dance steals both berries. Here comes the Rubble Rouser from Crustle, trying to hold this goal zone. They're going to look for 2 KOs. They're going to find the 1. They get the Dragapult. That's the most important one. Nice little Dazzling Gleam to stop the Zero Aura from pressing forward, but they're still going to find the Alchemy KO. Skeleton Pie going to help peel for this Umbreon.
That was a huge Crustle play. Crustle actually doing a good job here, sealing in that Dragon Ball with a Rock Tube, has the ult ready, comes right in, Rumble Rousers, getting extra damage, and getting the cleanup.
R8 on this Dragon Ball, playing very far forward. Dragon Dance is going to damage the Pokemon heavily. Crustle gonna have to retreat back to that T2. Dragapult gets that double KO once again. 37 points in. Skeleton Pie looking for the 37. Access denied, but they get the KO anyway. Here comes Zero Aura. Wild Charge onto the Alchemy. But Dragapult Dreep and Destroy almost gets the KO. But a great safeguard from Blissey keeps them upright. Umbreon takes down the Blissey. Now we have some eject buttons traded here. Inteleon stays upright. Siege is on. Phantom Thieves trying to go for this T2 goal zone. Plasma Gale out once again. Umbreon somehow, some way stays upright. But here comes Mega Lucario coming on in. Power-up punch in. Gonna attack Comfy E-Girl. Inteleon goes back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, we had Dragon Ball coming back down there for a rematch for Crustle, saying, hey, let's see you do that again. Well, nope, not this time. Oh, maybe later. I'm going to have Lucario here draining max value with the ult charge it has left. It might get another pickup. It just misses the close combat, and its time in the sun is now over. KO on Zero Aura. Wild
Charge is going to track them down. And now look at this. Let's take a moment. We have a little bit of a lull in the fight here, GX. 234-207. Phantom Thieves has climbed their way back in this game.
Yeah. Zero has been a wonderful pick, and it has been counting a Dragon Ball, but Dragon Ball has its own tool to even fight back, so it's been doing that wonderfully. It's not over yet. This is gonna be a game right here.
Really is. 234-221 T1 goal zone finally taken from Saved. Inteleon secures that Regieleki, which will walk towards this T2 goal zone of Phantom Thieves. They'll have to either deal with it or let it walk. Dragapult gonna Dragon Dance some of this wild Pokemon in the central area, but both teams really looking to focus on wild Pokemon, but instead Zero Aura focusing on that Greninja.
Found a wild Greninja.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zero Aura on a reset here. We have Save taking prime positioning in the Groudon pit. Gonna have Inteleon getting some entry damage. Zacian is lying in wait, waiting for that wonderful chance to come in. This is not quite that chance. He's just sitting in Elbush. He might have to reposition though. People know where he is. We're gonna have Umbreon walking in, trying to get some vision, but it's all by itself, and it might get. Ooh, there is that snipe shot. It's taking extra damage right there.
Snipe shot connects onto the Umbreon. JD looking to stall this out. Here comes Mega Lucario into the backline. Close combat met by the Zero Aura. Alchemy Unite move out, trying to heal up Phantom Thieves. Lucario still upright. In Blissey, gonna have to retreat. Here comes Greninja. No KOs found just yet. Zacian gets absolutely eviscerated by the Greninja. That's the only KO found so far. Phantom Thieves, they're going forward. Here comes Zero Aura, deleted by Greninja. Still some low HP bars. Greninja goes down. Umbreon still staying upright.
Resets.
Big KOs there, but all members down. Phantom Thieves looking to take this Groudon and take this set.
Yeah, team-wide ace. It looks like Phantom Thieves, the Dragon Ball took advantage of Wild Charge's one main weakness. It will switch targets whenever possible if there's nearby mines, and we had Dragon Ball rotate back into its team, back into the safety net. Hey guys, share some of this damage with me. This Zero Aura is charging right on me. He needs to get off, and we need to take him down right now.
34, 221, still some time here for save. They want to try to come back in this one. Although Zero Aura going down is not a good first step. Double KO. Dragapult making that Groudon buff work pretty deeply. Uh-oh. There's a return the favor. That's going to be a KO, but Lucario finds a 100-burger on the top side. Save still needs to traverse this map. It's going to be a tough test. 14 points looking to go on in from Umbreon. Denied. Lucario gets that KO, but I think this one's all but over. Phantom Thieves going to hold true.
Yep, and that is a wrap. Game's over in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Test is over. Pencils down.
Yeah, no more detention. Phantom Thieves going to take this set 2-0 thanks to a perfect Groudon fight. 494, 221. Going to be your final in this one.
Yeah. They were really banking on the Zero Aura taking care of the Dragon Ball, but Zero has to really pick and choose its moments. And like once the Wild Charge is done, it's kind of just stuck there. It uses all of its resources to get in and do its damage, and now it's just stuck there, like alone on an island. So he has to like figure something out. I think a better moveset would have been just the tried and true Volt Switch into the Discharge. You go in, get the discharge damage, and you perhaps get a pull in on your way out.
Indeed, 494, 221 final score. Looking at the damage numbers, yeah, XLR8, 89k on this Dragapult. Once again, not as flashy of a number as in game number 1, but still got the job
done.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yes, indeed.
Can't say much more than that, honestly.
Yeah, they saw that Zero Aura pick, and they played that beautifully. They knew exactly how to counter it once they saw the moveset. As I said before, Wild Charge, once you get in, it doesn't like dealing with multiple targets. Yeah, you have the plus version that actually can damage the multiple targets, but like it pivots off very easily. So that's a built-in weakness. That move has to have some kind of drawback. Otherwise, that move would be just the best move in the game. You're doing a ton of damage and you're invincible. It would be a cracked out play rough.
Yeah, it would be absolutely insane. But yeah, congratulations to Phantom Thieves. A nice little 2-0 victory in our final round. We'll have to see exactly what the standings look like when it's all said and done, but that is going to be the last game that we'll be broadcasting this evening. So stay tuned on our social channels as well as our Discord just to see how the standings shook out for the last couple of matches. But that's going to conclude today's action, Underdunk 75. Hope everybody has a very good weekend. And GX, thank you for casting with us today. Welcome into Underdunk. Hopefully we'll have you back at some point. But any final thoughts before we sign off for the evening?
Yeah, very good competition. I saw a huge bomb pull from everybody. A lot of varied bands, a lot of whenever like a band would happen, they would just be completely comfortable with like picking each other's bonds, which is what you love to see. That's the real purpose of draft: understanding all these bonds and their tools, kits, and just utilizing them whenever possible. not getting so wrapped up on who's in detention and who's not. Just playing the Pokemon to just understanding the tools and just mastering the tools that you have and finding the right tool for the job. So you love to see it.
You do. But that's going to be it for us. Big shout outs to everybody involved for Underdunk 75. We have eclipsed 3/4 of 100, so it's pretty cool milestone. We've had a few milestone events recently, but that is going to be it for us. Big shout out to Husky for casting earlier, obviously Vita for observing all evening, Lordy for all of the TO work and managing the bracket all evening long, and GX, thank you for casting with me again. And that's going to be about it for us. We'll be back next week with Underdunk 76. We have a special little change, so stay tuned on all the socials for what we have planned for that. So stay tuned on that. But with that said, we are going to end the evening here. I hope everybody has a great rest of your Thursday. And tomorrow might have a little bit of an ACL watch party. So if you're interested, stop on by for that. We'll be watching all of the ACL action. So other than that, we are out, and we will see you in one short week.